7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on a show that solicits your involvement because of a lack of content prepared by me, candidly.
Yeah, well, I did nothing to get ready. So that's two or three of us at least.
This is when you channel Frank opinion. Well, it's Dan. It's raining out, so we'll take a lot of calls.
And the rain impacts calls.
And people would just load him up because he said it's raining out, so we'll take a lot of calls. And then it would be warm out. It's real warm today, so we'll take lots of calls.
I like that. Okay. So the rain in the St. Louis metropolitan area leads us to welcoming you to call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And the Gather with other friends. Open up your YouTube app on your phone and type in TMASTL, and then you're just sitting there and you're talking it over with old John Scores and the Doggies season ticket holder and Run TMC 50 and Professor Roy Hinckley. And Doug, there is a market that is buzzing, and that is St. Louis, because the Cardinals are coming. Tra-la, tra-la.
Hello, wild card. Daddy still likey. Staved off elimination last night.
Yeah, staved.
Staved it off. 3.5 back. I'm telling you, we're right there. All three teams ahead of them were losing at one point last night.
Yeah,
Arizona,
those Metropolitans
Reds,
got
Mets.
them.
Yeah, all of them were losing at one point. Could have been just 2.5 back.
Well, I don't know about the wild card, but Tim, I think if they just win these last four, Big Bill's secret magic will be rolled out next Tuesday, saying, well,
we had another winning season.
We had a winning season.
God.
It's right there.
I mean, they covered the over. I mean, I guess I won it, Doug, so the Cardinals can claim their 12th World Championship. Cardinals and Yankees in about a month and 2 weeks.
Yeah. I was a little confused that they played this game like they are still very much in the playoff hunt. Why start now? Where was this a couple weeks ago?
What do you mean?
Well, they played Donovan when he was iffy with injury. He worked all day to get ready to play. They said, you're in there. We need you. They yanked Palante after 2 2/3 innings. They used... six relief pitchers? They played it like the game, like the season was on the line, which I'm all in favor of. I just don't know why they haven't been doing that the last month or so.
I'll stop whining about the Fetty starts, and now I'll start whining about the Palante starts.
Yeah.
Because every single time he pitches, except last night, they lose. They lose every time he starts, and last night he did give them a very losable start. Yet they came back and won. If you went to bed, if you gave up, you're probably in the majority.
8-3 was your score.
His record is 6-15. What's not to like about that?
Yeah. Put him in the bullpen. Let somebody else start. Let the starter go 3. Who cares?
Yeah,
Don't do the same thing.
I would think maybe
Get
he's
Mo in here for some answers.
Bullpen guy next year, maybe.
Gosh, can't be in my rotation. Got to send him to not to the sun, to the bullpen.
And what, Doug, your father likes the wild card? Is that what it is?
Daddy likey.
I'll tell you what I think is maybe the biggest development, operating on the premise that the Cardinals and Yankees won't get a chance to meet in the Fall Classic, and that'd be the first time since '64.
I think so, yeah.
Nolan Arenado's kind of raking here. I realize, I'm probably talking to 2% of the audience that's even aware of this. And if it weren't for me looking it up this morning, I also would be in that 2%. But the Cardinal third baseman, number 1, hit a home run last night. But he has been on a bit of a heater since Friday. And he has been, let's see, Doug, my math, 6 for 19 with a home run and 2 doubles. So, hey, I realize this is essentially a marketing campaign. I think John Mozeliak, when he was in studio with us yesterday, acknowledged that in some capacity, that this is, Doug, would you call it a show pony?
I would, yeah.
Which kind of makes it a pony show, and saying, hey, look, I can still hit. Please, somebody take me. He's doing good things. So last night he hit his 352nd home run and played a role in the Cardinal comeback. And so, again, operating on the premise that, the Mets, Reds, Diamondbacks lose every one of their games left and the Cardinals win all of theirs. And that, of course, is likely to happen. But on the off chance it doesn't happen, that's a positive development here over the last 4 games.
Yeah. I continue to maintain, if you have to pay him, if no one's going to take the salary, keep him.
No, I disagree.
Even if he doesn't start.
No, I don't. I think you have to move on. You have to move on.
Is he that much of a jerk that you want him out of the clubhouse?
Nothing to do with personality. It's all about performance, which for him is going to continue to decline. That's just realistic. At his age, he's not going to hit a ton. I'm glad he's having a little burst here. May help the trade value. Wouldn't you much rather say Weatherholt's going to play third all of next year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but if you're going to pay Arenado, he's still going to be better than the 25th guy on your roster. What do you get out of handing him $40 million to walk away?
How about 32? Can I get you?
Okay, 32. Yeah, what's the upside there? Guys get hurt all the time.
Not going to
even if he's not a regular starter, he'd probably play in 50 or 60 games somehow. If you're paying him, why not? I just don't know what you get by just writing him a big check and say, go away.
Fresh start for everybody, Doug. He moves on. You go younger.
That's a lot of money for a fresh start. If I'm the owner, I'm saying, what?
They've wasted a lot more than that. That's what I would tell him. If I'm Heim, I would say, hey, Big Bill, I've been watching what you guys do around here. You've wasted a lot more than that. I just don't see the sense in him coming back and sitting on your bench. Now, if he goes somewhere else, is he going to play every day? That's a tough sell. So then he's likely bench-ish on another team, but I think it's just time. Are you not tired of the topic? Do you think him on the bench, and I get it, you got a future Hall of Famer, he's got value. I just don't think that's what you want to be next year. You're still kind of young-ish.
It's certainly not a perfect scenario or a comfortable one, but he's 34. He's not 44. He should still be okay. He should be, if he's healthy, he should still be okay. My point is, I'd hate to waste all that money and get nothing for it. Nothing. And the way guys get hurt, a guy like that's not going to sit on the bench every night.
Poll question.
That is a take. It's a strong take.
It is.
It's one of the best takes ever.
I just think you got to get a guy like a Weatherhold here playing every day, move on, rip the Band-Aid. Whatever he can do for another team, God bless him. It's kind of run its course.
Martin, what do you think the starting infield is on opening day?
Because that involves Contreras at first. Got an email at the 2 Fox yesterday, and it just says, there's an inbox that says sports comment. Always excited to open those. And they said, Martin, the first thing they should do is trade Contreras because he refuses to catch. I thought, well, that's actually not true. They told him, hey, you're not very good at that. We're not going to have you do that anymore. Is Donovan still here? He's got value. 4 hits last night. He got his eye doubles.
4 doubles. Only the second time that's happened against the San Francisco Giants since 1901, Doug. Fun facts for no and tell.
Wow.
Matt Carpenter, the last Cardinal to do it.
So, Contreras, Donovan, Wynn, Weatherholtz. I don't have a better guess, so I'm going to go with that.
Okay.
I was thinking about putting Burleson at first, assuming, but I just really don't think Contreras wants to go anywhere. So
then what are we looking at in the outfield, do you think?
Now, that's wide open.
I mean, wide open.
Wide open. I think Newt gets traded.
You and I are in prediction area with Jordan Walker getting traded.
I think Walker likely to get traded.
What are you going to get for him at this point?
Right now, I don't have any outfielders in my little scenario here.
Jordan Walker finally coming around. This man child could be Cooperstown bound.
I think I'll put Burleson in left,
Okay.
and I'm going to go question mark. And Vic Scott's on my bench. He's a valuable player. He's not starting every day, but he's in the mix. But I'm going to say at this point, Tim, TBA.
Okay. The outfield is TBA. Doug, what do you see?
That'd be similar. We're assuming you said Herrera's going to be the catcher?
He's my DH.
Okay.
Burleson's going to be in left. Although Herrera is hell-bent on catching, which I love that.
I know. God, how great would that be?
Because he said
and
his arm was the issue, and basically turns out he needs surgery on the arm, so that's an issue. But he is determined to get back there, which would be great.
Oh, he'd be a major plus as a catcher. He'd be one of the best hitting catchers in baseball.
Southside Seaman would consider drafting him.
Yeah. He'd
think
be
that
top
will affect
4.
his offseason.
I would think that'll motivate him.
He'd be one of the 4 or 5 best hitting catchers in baseball.
Well, the top 3 last night, not because they all hit, but Donovan, Herrera, Burleson. That's not a bad top 3. Wynn could be somewhere later in your lineup. You're missing the guy in the middle, clearly.
And at the end, the bottom 3 had averages of 83. Here are the averages of the last 3 guys in the lineup. 83, 217, 214.
Well, I think the org as a whole is in a pretty good spot.
Well, not the lower end isn't in a real good spot.
Signing Hampson back in the offseason to be your starting center fielder is the move. That's from MD 2020.
Maybe we get Hellman back.
The churn of a season is pretty funny. The other night I saw a Memphis game, and Michael Ciani made a nice catch. I said, oh, my God, I forgot about him.
Yep.
Well, the minor leagues are full of guys who can play defensive outfield. But you got to hit. No matter how fast you are and how many catches you can make in center field, you have to be an offensive contributor. You just have to. You can't hit 215 with limited power and be a regular major league outfielder. I mean, you can. The Cardinals are showing it can be done, but it's not a recipe for success.
I am in favor of moving a lot of these guys, Gorman, Walker, Newt. At some point, though, I still have to fill out a roster, Doug. So that's where...
Yeah.
And we haven't even tended to the starting rotation.
And I've got Palante out of my rotation. So, again, I'm going to need some players.
Yep.
Nation all day.
Thank you. I'm going to have to get busy. But I think starting fresh is sort of my theme with this current group. If you can, hit not the reset button. I need the refresh button.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. People are really fired up. Some really fired up on Doug's side. Some really fired up on Martin's side. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. Air Comfort Service text inbox. You are also welcome to call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Martin says that the wet weather leads to phone calls.
Here we go. Who's on the line, Jackson?
314-974.
How you doing, buddy?
010, yeah.
I know nobody's on the line.
I'm good.
I was kidding.
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going? What's up?
You seem like the chipper chicken.
What's there not to be chipper about?
Look at this guy. NBA season starting soon?
Yeah, right around the corner. The East is still wide open.
You going to be on a basketball team this winter?
I'll probably play some,
Bad
intramurals.
news for local officials. This guy really goes after him.
Oh,
He's the
gosh.
Bobby Knight of the area rec leagues.
It really is.
Would it be weird if we came to one of your games to cheer you on?
No, it'd be great. I think it would. I think it'd be good for everybody. You know, I'm a different man on the hardwood.
Oh, yeah. What's your deal?
Angrier.
Really?
Oh yeah.
What are you angry about?
I won't step down to a challenge. Whereas here, I constantly step down to challenges.
Step down. Papers, you have time for a quick aside.
Yeah, that's like my middle name.
Okay. Your middle name is Quick. I thought it was
Bennett or
I thought it
Quick
was
Aside.
Bennett. Your guy, Dennis Gates, was in town last Friday, and he is just a real pro. He's so sincere. He walks in. It's an event for Big Brothers, Big Sisters. He walks through and, like, shakes almost everybody's hand in the whole room. The adults, the kids, folks at Whitfield, Lensman Jake. He goes around. He's shaking everyone's hands and thank you for being here. This is important because it was for Big Brothers, Big Sisters.
Sure.
Totally sincere. And I don't think it's like a lot of these college football coaches we talk about that are phonies. It's totally sincere.
God bless.
They're just,
That's great to
they're
hear.
just killing it.
That's awesome.
On the recruiting trail.
Number one recruiting class in the nation as of right
How
now.
about that,
Good for you.
Papers?
Good for you,
As of
buddy.
right now.
So, national championship in football this year and the national championship in basketball the following year?
Who says no? Who says no?
Well, none
Not
of
me.
us, that's for sure.
I'm in. I'm all the way bought in.
All right, Jackson, since you're saying that you back down here, but you're an angrier guy on the basketball court, you get to go with, do you want to go with Justin, who wants to talk about the Cardinals, or one of the Mount Rushmore of favorite callers, Dan Jansen? Those are your choices on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
I really like Dan Jansen, but I haven't heard from Justin before, so I think we should give him an opportunity.
All right, Justin. Justin, welcome to TMA. You're on with Jackson Burkett, who will not back down.
Jackson, hello, good morning.
Morning to you.
Yeah, let's talk Cardinals, all right? If we're looking at this lineup, I mean, to be honest, like, it's dog shit.
You can't say that! Come on! One sentence in, we got to block you.
So he's been blocked. Justin's gone.
I think so.
What?
Because it wasn't a
Does he
slip of the
think he can
tongue. It
say
was a
that?
direct hit.
I mean, he went out onto the field and crapped his pants. I mean, you can't do that. You just can't.
Clean it up, Justin.
If we need a palate cleanser, Pestis has now joined the queue as well.
Oh,
Doug, you want
fabulous.
Pestis?
Yes,
or do you
of
want Dan
course.
Jansen?
I want to know what event Dan
heavy
Jansen
hitters.
is
We're the
inviting
ladies.
you guys to.
Jackson, you're calling the shots over there today.
Let's go with Dan. Let's go.
Let's go with Dan.
Let's go with Dan.
On the Callier
Show me
and
Dan.
Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Dan.
Hi. Good morning, guys.
Hello.
I just want to comment. I just want to make a comment on the interview yesterday. First of all, nothing against you guys. I thought you did a good job. You asked the tough questions. Why did you fire Schill? Why did you extend Marmol after a losing season when his contract wasn't up? And, of course, he danced around every answer. The problem that I have is the majority of the feedback from the texters and, was like, this is the greatest guy. And I just don't know what world they live in. You guys are on a radio show. If you don't get ratings, they unceremoniously parade you out the door. Okay. I'm in sales. Yeah, I had a great run for 10 years, and I haven't sold anything in the last 5. They fire me. And, he, as president of baseball operations, was given the keys to the kingdom for one of the greatest franchises in sports, and he single-handedly killed the golden goose. And everybody wants to anoint this guy. And he shows no accountability and no humility. And that's the problem I have.
All right, thank you, Dan. I think in terms of the no humility, one thing, and I asked him on the TV side yesterday, that his sarcastic nature and his tone makes it even worse with the fan base. And he said, my dad worked for IBM. He said, I always grew up in this environment where you act a certain way. And so we always say he comes off smug. We know him fairly well. He can be condescending to us, but that's part of the bit. But he said, if I'm the leader of the Cardinals, I feel like I have to be kind of professional about how I approach things, and maybe it comes off poorly. I think part of his messaging, now the product is all that matters, but part of his messaging is created to the people just hating this guy. And I think what we know, I don't think you need to hate him. I think some people do, but I think you can also point out, hey, it's been pretty stale. I said something to him about the run they had between his first year, 2008, include that to 15. All of the Octobers they had. I said, and then after that, and he said, well, I think really you go 8 to 22. He feels strong. And I said, well, that includes 16, 17, and 18. He said, right. And he said, you're going to have some down cycles. So he feels the body of work is pretty good. I think most of us say, yeah, but it's been stale or falling off for quite some time. And the DeWitts, they hire him, they fire him if they wanted to, have supported that. But I agree that it's gotten stale. Here's what to me is really interesting. And I think a lot of people like Dan are sick of Mo. I get it. I think he knows people are sick of him. If he doesn't say, I'm ready to leave, I think he's Cashman. I think he's still here. I think he told the DeWitts, my deal's up. It's probably time. I don't think they would have told him to leave. Think about that.
I think you're right about that.
I mean, to me, that's amazing.
I've drawn an analogy oftentimes with the Steelers and the Cardinals. I'd be curious what Kerry Davis has to say about this, since he actually played for the Steelers. That the Rooneys just are, the way that they had so much success, they don't want to mess with it. They've had 2 coaches? When you go back to whenever Cowher took over and Tomlin, holy crap.
And Chuck Noll, it's like 3 in 60 years.
That's what you're talking about. So I think that there is some kind of inherent mindset of we don't want to mess with it. The problem is what you cited there, Martin, and I was going to ask him about it yesterday, and don't get me wrong, he gave us an hour and 20 minutes, but there were just so many things that we discussed that had he, and I realize it would have been ridiculous, but had he left after 2015, so you're talking at that point about 11, 12, 13, 14 being 4 NLCSs, 1 world championship, and 1 pennant in addition to it. And then 2015 being a 100-win season, even though that 100-win season to me, as weird as it strikes me, is, when you think about the 1985 team winning 100 games, 2004, 2005, and 2015, for those who can remember those 4 teams, that was the obviously most weak of the 4, but either way, it's a 100-win team. Point being, if he would have left after 2015, he would be heralded as a genius because of the run that they went on when you include 2009 through his tenure. But because of, I think it is important to point out 16, 17, and 18, because it wasn't that they were bad, but they were stagnant. And it was, I think, there where the seeds were sown that led to what we have seen here in 2023, 2024, and 2025. That it's like that draft class. Was it the draft class of 09? I don't know if that resonates with anybody. There was one draft class they had where they just had so many players come out of it that was able to supplement the free agents. The point being that, Mozeliak getting to stick around, I think, was about the DeWitts. Mozeliak, as we talked about, does not want to speak out. And that's one of the reasons why he probably got to stick around. The DeWitts knew that he wouldn't say anything negative, and he would keep everything inside of the room, which is why I asked him off air, and I talked about this after you left yesterday, Martin, that had he had a guy or a lady in the media, he could have taken care of the public image, but he chose not to do it. And so then he's the one who's falling on the sword for all kinds of things that he may or may not have been responsible for. So along those lines, I thought one of the most interesting things yesterday, and I don't know if you guys were aware of it, is that he said one of the reasons why he stuck around for this season is Heim had some personal things he had to tend to.
That's the first time I heard that.
Okay, I was curious if you had heard that before.
What I heard during 2024, Heim was a consultant, and he was working 1 week of the month. He was living in Boston, but he worked 1 week of the month, and he could kind of pick and choose. Hey, I'm going to go down to the minor leagues. Hey, I'm going to come to the big league offices, and kind of doing an audit is really what he was doing. I was hearing from people, they weren't sure he wanted to do this or if he wanted to move here. What did his family? They were living in Boston. So I think there was a little uncertainty about, and he's a young guy. You're going to want a job. I don't care if it's the Marlins. If you can be a GM, you're going to do it if you're a baseball guy. But I think there was a little uncertainty about when he was going to be willing to do this or able to do this. I had heard that. That's the first time I've heard it addressed publicly, that he stayed in part, kind of not as a courtesy to Heim, but as that was just kind of part of the transition phase that was necessary.
And I have to say, so this is one of, I think it's probably my biggest issue, actually. I feel like the Cardinals and their messaging has just been so off. Self-inflicted wounds, and we're not even talking about the baseball moves. I think it would have been quite beneficial to say whatever it is that you can say to explain why Mozeliak is sticking around, because, and that's one of the reasons why I asked about the Marmol contract, they have to be aware, and if they're not, somebody inside of the organization or a PR firm has to be aware that the mindset that infuriates Cardinal fans is the following: they don't care about winning. And I would say I don't agree with that, but I know that that is out there. It's either we're going to spend money on Ballpark Village, we're just going to spend to the minimum just to get into the playoffs and then hope to recreate 2006, 2011. When you finish in last place, you give an extension to the manager. Strangely, again, 2 weeks from the start of the regular season. If you're going to extend him, why not do it after the season? But whatever. And then John Mozeliak gets to stick around. None of those moves indicate a team that is angry about performance and therefore wants to make a change to increase the quality of said performance. So if you would have said last year, I realize Heim is going to be taking over. However, there are some things that he needs to tend to before he can take care of this organization full time. So we are going to work together in a transition. We realize it might come off as strange and it may be awkward, but we're going to do our best to do this to put the organization in the best hands going forward. I think that would have resonated, because a lot of people were pissed off that Mozeliak got yet another year, because it spoke to the mindset that the organization does not penalize people for lack of performance, which speaks to what Dan Jansen was just calling in about.
And it directly affected attendance. I can't prove that, but I believe that to my core, that the Mozeliak reappearance, whatever you want to call it, final lap, directly affected attendance. People said, oh, you're just staying with the same, you don't care. And then they didn't sign anybody. They didn't spend any money. People are like, all right, fine, you don't care, we don't care. Now, the final number was $2.2 million. And I was trying to get a gauge on that. Somebody told me I guessed 1.6, and they said I was off, that it was more than that in terms of turnstile. But still, if you usually get, let's say 3 was the standard, and you're $1 million off, what's the average person spend? 40, 50, a beer, a soda, whatever it is, you're off probably 50, 60 $1 million.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
For sure. But no,
that's not even factoring in the reduction in television.
Right. And he referenced that on the TV side as well. Hey, things were robust, attendance, TV, there was money to spend. Now, did they spend it wisely? No, they wasted. How much on Leak, Fowler, Cecil? Throw that all together. What's that, $200 million? Wasted right there. But this goes to Heim next Tuesday. Messaging matters. Cardinal fans have sort of pointed that out. If he looks into the camera and says, it's going to be a couple of years, are Cardinal fans okay with that?
I'd say no.
I think they won't. No. Correct. So they're finally going to get a direct message. I'm not sure that they're going to swallow it.
Well,
I think we felt like these last couple of years have been those rebuilding years.
Right.
Now we're ready to get on with it.
What if you find out the rebuilding years really didn't accomplish much, Doug?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure it did. It could be they didn't say much about Heim. Perhaps his personal situation was uncomfortable or awkward, and if they said, well, there's personal reasons he's not going to be here, then people would have been poking into that, and it would have made it uncomfortable. It could be, just speculating there. So that may be why they didn't want to have him front and center, why he didn't do interviews at all. Again, I don't know. I'm speculating that might be one of the reasons for that.
I think it's two things. I think the interviews, he was just told, it's easier if you just don't talk. And Mozeliak's always said, one person, one message. You don't hear Moises Rodriguez doing many interviews. You don't hear Flores doing many interviews. It's kind of one voice. That's always been their model. But it's separate from him not talking is whether he wasn't able to fully do the job this year. And so Mozeliak said, hey, I'll handle it. You come in, get everything set up, get your staff put in place. I don't think it's the worst thing, even though Mozeliak is so polarizing. If you come in and you're the GM, let's say when he gets hired by the Red Sox, what does Chaim Bloom know about AAA, AA? Who's the bullpen coach at your single? He didn't know anything. And now you're in charge of the Red Sox and the fans are pissed because you lost 3 in a row. Like, I don't think it's the worst thing that he had a full year to totally immerse himself in their whole operation.
I agree
find
from
out
a
all the
baseball
weak spots.
standpoint, but from a business standpoint, as you said, had there been some kind of way to address it, and I don't think it's the most complex thing to address it. I loved that press conference last year, outside of the fact that Heim, was pulled away and, really didn't speak after that publicly. I loved it because, good, this is what the organization needs to do. Now, of course, during the offseason, they weren't able to do any of it, which is why I was kind of like, well, why say you're going to rebuild and start this transition if you aren't in a position to trade Contreras and Gray? And obviously they did think they had traded Arenado. That's out of their control. But with regard to that press conference, had John Mozeliak said something along the lines of the following: I understand that there is a great deal of frustration with the fan base, and candidly, while I'm very proud of my record through whatever time he would want to set, I would say 2009 through 2015, but if he wants to include 19, 20, 21, and 22, it's his right. He can make a case for that. He certainly did it. But 2023 and 2024, it hasn't been what we thought it was going to be. It's stagnant. And in a normal set of circumstances, I would be stepping down following this year. However, Chaim Bloom is going to be taking over, and he has some personal situations that he needs to tend to before he can fully commit to the job, and therefore we are going to work together in 2025, and he will be taking over. There would have been some public acknowledgement of failure, in addition to giving context to why Bloom wouldn't be taking over, creating this weird dynamic that you had for 2025. And I think that would have resonated with people. I had more people yesterday. I had a lunch with some guys yesterday, and they loved the interview. And they said the best part about it was he acknowledged some of the things that he messed up, because that was so rare. Specifically, Arozarena and O'Neill. That was... I made the joke. I said, I guess this is what 101, or we did. I don't know. Jackson, did you cut that social media clip?
Yeah, me and Kurt did.
About Arozarena. And I said, if he wouldn't have had a wireless signal in the Atlanta clubhouse, he'd still be here. And he didn't dismiss it. And he said, yeah. And the other thing about that is that people might not want to hear it, but it was a decision between O'Neill and Arozarena, and we made the wrong choice. And then when we talked about Oscar Taveras, And he said that set a bunch of events in motion, specifically the Ozuna trade. And if you were watching on YouTube, you saw his facial reaction kind of going, oh, that was obviously a brutal one that he'd like to have back. And I don't think that had necessarily been his style to say, I wish I had those back. And I think that resonates with people because it comes off as authentic, which is what Doug Armstrong and the Blues have going for him. And I think that's where there's been a big disconnect between Cardinals and their fans, and then you flute a few blocks to the west, and you feel like you get the truth even if the team isn't performing. That, I think, has been one of their biggest issues.
And I get the sense that Heim is going to tell folks, hey, it's gonna be a minute here, and I'm just curious. Cardinal fans are not used to sitting it out for a while.
Well, good. It's honest. It's like Doug Armstrong saying that we're the third best team in the Central 2 seasons.
I agree. I'm just curious how that will play, because I think they're just like, well, we're the Cardinals. We win every year. I think that mindset is still out there, and he might say, okay, to get to that point, to get this thing humming along again, I'm going to need a minute.
Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. Save that on your phone. Text in anytime you would like. Air Comfort Service text inbox. You're welcome to call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And, of course, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA, going back a decade. And the place that Martin uses, the place that Doug uses, the place that I use. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. And if you are in a spot where you need them to come out and hook up your HVAC system with any issues you might have, just go to DesignAirService.com. They'll be out there. They'll fix it quickly. And there will be no upselling. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, longest running sponsor on TMA with Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation owner and operator of Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. We recommend you become a client as well. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Jeremy Rutherford, is he in studio, Papers?
That's the hope.
For two-part questions brought to you by Mark Hanna at 9 o'clock, and then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day on the Stiefel dossier. If you didn't see or listen to John Mozeliak in studio with us yesterday for about an hour and a half, that is up on the TMA YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMASTL, and you can follow the TMA social media accounts, TMASTL on Twitter, and TMA_STL on Instagram to watch at least one clip of that 90-minute interview yesterday. So check that out as well. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Oh, this is Jackson's theme music today. This is your theme.
Yep.
And will this be played at the Swamp in between the third and fourth quarters when Arch Manning rolls in on October 4th? Am I right on that?
Yeah. You prefer that or Dixieland Delight?
Wow. If you could do a tournament of college football traditional music, I think you're kind of going with 2 1 seeds right there.
Yeah.
It's hard to beat Dixieland Delight.
They've taken another number 1 seed off the board with Neck at Tiger Stadium in LSU. They don't let them play it anymore.
Neck It? Is that what you
The
said?
song Neck.
Oh, like Naked. Yeah.
The song Neck.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Hey-o, and then they say something that you can't say on terrestrial radio.
Oh, well, I don't like that.
Yeah, how would you explain that to your kids?
I
Kind of like
couldn't.
Justin's call, which lasted, 4 seconds maybe?
Yeah. But he made his mark and he made it dark.
That lineup is, beep. All right, got to go.
It's TMA. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. You can watch this live on the TMA STL YouTube channel, or you can go back and watch our, I think the official math was about 80 minutes with John Mozeliak yesterday in studio. That's up there for you. They're in there talking it over. Plenty of friends have gathered. 200 people in there this morning talking it over, including Tim McKernan's Meat and Potatoes, talking to Spicy Sow and Lex Luthor. Who is talking it over with Bob Lucier and John Scores. It's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Sponsor of the YouTube chat here on TMA. When the weather is beautiful, and today would be an exception, enjoy a Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat on the morning after, youtube.com/TMASTL. Jackie Papers, I think the next story after our half-hour Cardinal discussion is the announcement of Missouri's opponents last night on the SEC network. Doug, did you see this?
I did.
Papers, what is your reaction?
I was hoping that they would go to Texas sooner. They won't go to Texas until 2028.
And that'll be 20 years after they were there last, and Colt McCoy put it on those Tigers, Doug. I was in the stands, and they were skull-pounded that evening. Holy mother of mercy. It came a week after, I think Missouri was number 3 in the country and lost at home to a gentleman who lost his job yesterday, Mike Gundy. And then Colt McCoy got him, and he got him real nice like. Yeah,
Boy, howdy. They have a guy named, was that Jordan Shipley, who was out there catching passes left and right?
That was Jordan Shipley in that game, receiving passes from Colt McCoy.
He may have been.
So, like, next year, 2026, looks like, it's a tougher schedule than this year, but still, doable. And then 2027 rears its ugly head, and that features trips to LSU, to Alabama, to Oklahoma, and to Texas A&M.
Well, that'll be fun.
That's a tough road schedule in the SEC.
But that's what you get into the conference for.
100%.
You're going to make some money. You're going to be challenged. Personally, I like it. So, for the record, for those not familiar with this, Doug, next year you wanted to see him. Well, you're going to get him. Arkansas Pine Bluff comes to Columbia on September 5th.
I hate those games. Pine Bluff. Where the hell is Pine Bluff?
In Arkansas.
Central Arkansas. I went down to the UAPB campus. Is that August of 99?
I'm not going to know the year of that.
Are they the Acorns? What are they, Doug?
I feel like they were the Golden Lions.
Yeah,
then.
I think it is.
Golden Lions. All right.
It looks like some sort of monster.
Great band.
The Golden Lions?
Yeah, I feel like they used to play. Remember the Gateway Classic, Doug?
Mm-hmm.
Who was our guy? Earl Wilson put on the Gateway Classic.
Earl Weaver.
Earl Wilson.
Wilson.
Anyway, the Gateway Classic was at the Dome, and we would always have some traditional the HBCUs, and they had great bands. It was entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take your Pine Bluff thoughts.
UAPB September 5th. Then they head to Rock Chalk Jayhawk on September 12th.
I like that.
You like that?
Mm-hmm.
I'm confused by the day. I'm reading this from Power Mizzou. They host Troy on it's November 21st. That's what threw me off. I'm going, well, why would they be playing? It would be the 19th. Troy is November 21st, so they use that weekend. That's kind of the buffer weekend in the SEC. Missouri won't have that this year because they're getting all those games over with in September. Now, you get into the SEC. Missouri's 3 annual opponents, at least through 2029, Arkansas, A&M, and Oklahoma. Next year, they will go to Arkansas, and they will host A&M and Oklahoma. They will also host Kentucky, Florida, and Texas. So they will be coming through Columbia, and they will travel to Georgia, Ole Miss, and Mississippi State next year. So that is the road schedule for the Fighting Tigers, in addition to the trip to Arkansas. But Arkansas, A&M, and Oklahoma will be on the 3 annual opponent list through 2029. I got to tell you, as somebody who likes going to these games and some road trips, I'm looking forward to seeing if I can get between the hedges and down to Sundress City in Oxford and candidly seeing what the word is.
Huh.
What's the word?
Well, I don't know. As soon as you say hedges, it triggered a thing on me. I trimmed the back hedge about 2 weeks ago in my backyard, and it died. The whole thing died. All I did was trim it.
What'd you do wrong with those shrubs, boy?
I don't know. I've trimmed hedges many times. Not like they do at Georgia, but I trim them. Trim this one, and the whole bush died.
Your little bulldog sitting right next to it?
I couldn't feel sorrier. But the way the SEC is now, it's almost impossible to draw up any kind of schedule that's not going to be tough.
2027 is the one that Missouri fans were alarmed by when it was revealed last night. Doug, Illinois State comes to Columbia on September 4th, 2027. I don't know if you want to book a hotel.
Well, I might.
Missouri will head to San Diego State on September 11th, 2027. Not sure about that, but that's what's scheduled anyway. I'm not sure it'll wind up happening. Florida Atlantic comes to Columbia on October 2nd.
Lord, we don't need that.
They host ILL.
I like that, yeah.
So Kerry Davis in the press box there on that one. And then the 3 annual opponents, Arkansas, but then they're at A&M, they're at Oklahoma, they are also at Alabama, at LSU, and at South Carolina. The 4 teams that come to Columbia that year, we already mentioned Arkansas. War Eagle comes to town, Jackson's favorite team, Tenor, and then Vanderbilt comes to town. And Diego Pavia will be celebrating his 10th anniversary.
He's going to face mandatory retirement.
So 2027 includes at A&M, at Oklahoma, at Alabama, at LSU, and at South Carolina. Hello again, everybody.
Well, maybe by then these other teams, the Alabamas and the Oklahomas, will be saying, oh, no, Missouri's on our schedule. We don't want to play those guys. They're too rough.
Yeah, they wear gold pants now.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good true son take.
I'm sorry. What's up, Martin?
I was referencing Doug's thoughts.
They don't want to play us.
And I said that's a true son.
I would say.
That is just looking at it on paper at LSU, at Alabama, at Oklahoma, at A&M, at South Carolina.
Yeah, but I don't know if – I mean, I would have to look at the data, but I would have to think that Missouri's been the beneficiary of the best stretch of scheduling in the SEC.
Yeah, it hasn't been as
not going to play well in Tiger Board.
I mean, but it's still the SEC. I would rather play damn near any other conference's schedule over that. But in the SEC terms, I would say Mizzou has gotten very fortunate in terms of scheduling over the past
I
few
bet
years.
some of these other teams look at Mizzou as a possible trap game because it's not considered a powerhouse nationally. But every now and then they're really good and can beat anybody.
Right. You can never overlook them,
right.
I would say.
I will accompany you to Athens, Tim. Doug, that's from Alan Dadeville, and he loves the Georgia Bulldogs, who are only giving 2.5 this weekend at home against Roll Tide. Are you surprised by that?
Should I put it in my stink monitor?
Stink monitor? I don't like that. Is that a plumbing term?
It's where we look at lines and they seem stinky, and that's when we lean in. So UGA's laying 2.5?
Yeah. I just would have thought that would have been more, because that means at a neutral site, Roll Tide would be given 1.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised by that.
I think...
Is there something going on in that game that I'm not aware of? For example, Penn State's given 3.5 to Oregon. That sounds about right. Doug White out in Happy Valley on Saturday night, going off at the exact same time as Georgia, Alabama. Bet the networks would have preferred that not happen, but that is what you got. But Georgia only given 2.5. And I'm not saying it's wrong, because I think Alabama might at the moment be undervalued, but I'm just surprised that the number is there.
Makes me want to bet Alabama.
Because you're going to lean into it.
Well, you have to.
Doug,
this is from the stink monitor?
Yeah.
And leaning into it means that it looks like a bet that you would really like.
Yeah, it looks like...
So you go against it?
It looks like, wow, Georgia's only laying 2.5. Everyone, you should just hammer Georgia. That's when there's a reason that the book said it the way they said it.
You're going Oppo.
Really lean into the stink.
Yeah, Doug.
Okay.
Like everything in my mind is telling me Ole Miss is going to cover that 1.5 against LSU.
However,
but I'm actually going to bet Ole Miss. I don't care about the stink.
So you don't really have a policy.
It can't be a blanket policy,
So sometimes you can smell it and sometimes you
Well,
can't.
there's still the human element, You can look at all the analytics, but, you got to feel it in your gut. And I feel Ole Miss.
Okay.
I was looking at the slate for Riz and Stalter, and I are shooting the FanDuel spread zone following today's TMA, and I was scouring for plays this weekend, and I was having a tough time with it. I don't know. But yeah, that's why I was like, God, I can't believe Alabama's only getting 2.5 on Saturday night in Athens. I don't know why that wasn't an 11 o'clock kick, but somehow they got the night game.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And Ole Miss LSU. That's one that I bet a lot of people will be on LSU. I think. I don't know.
I think they might see that number next to their name and then want to do that, given the small number. But I really like the way Ole Miss looked last weekend. And I have not liked the way LSU's looked all year.
Where are you with Lane Kiffin? Because I know you're down on Beamer.
I like Lane.
Okay.
Seems like a good guy you'd like to hang out with.
Have some meat and potatoes with.
Have some meat and potatoes. He's got stories out the wazoo.
Did you see the story about his daughter dating someone on LSU?
Yeah, this is one of the stars of the SEC series on Netflix.
Yeah, I did see that.
I wonder how that's going over.
It's like Lane is the perfect guy for to be the coach in that scenario. That's really funny because he will lean into it and have fun with it.
Again, leaning into it, Doug. See, that's the key.
I love when a guy with a $10 unit size acts like a sharp. Dude's a square. That's from the Crystal City Clam Hammer, and he does not like Jackson's analysis of the lines.
Did that hurt your feelings when he said dude's a square?
No. L7 weenie, that would have hurt. We don't unit shame on this program, Bet responsibly. Always bet responsibly.
All right.
Lane's going to look great in orange and blue in the swamp next year. That's from the STL Gator. Doug, we have these various SEC texters.
Okay.
The STL Gator says Lane is going to the swamp next year.
Florida's too soft to even fire Napier.
Wow. You just went after the STL Gator.
What more do they need to see? What more? What more do they? I keep waiting for this to happen. It should have happened a year ago.
They probably need to see somebody on the staff that they would trust to take over in his place.
I guess.
Mike Gundy got whacked, and he said it's the right
He's
time.
available.
It's the right time, and he gets a check for $15 million.
Nice.
He gets the rest of the fall off. I would say, you know what? It's a good time. Somebody else take over.
While he's been making probably an average of $5 or $6 million a year
At
for
least,
20 years.
Yeah. And then on the way out, he probably said the org's in a good spot. I'll take that $15 million, please.
Best there in college football.
Let's rank them. 2 years ago, they were 10-4.
Does anyone else in college football have notable hair?
Good question.
Well, let me think on that.
College football hair. Notable hair.
Nobody like Gundy.
So it's just his world.
Really is.
Yeah, at 58 Bills, he's got quite the lid. You can rank the hottest head coach's hair, 314-399-9646. If you'd like to do it in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, you can do that. That is youtube.com/TMASTL. 203 friends are in there talking it over. And, of course, email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after it, at InsideSTL.com. Jeremy Rutherford in studio taking two-part questions coming up at 9 o'clock. And then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way at approximately 10:45. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Not satisfied with your banking experience? Check out our friends at Together Credit Union. 14 branches around town. It started as Eagle Credit Union. That's because it began in the shadows there of the brewery. AB Brewery began as the credit union there. It's grown into Together Credit Union. And again, starting out an account for the kids, you can do that there. They're always having a little bit of fun with it, whether it's the Zoo debit card, the City SC, debit card. They put together those community contributor mortgages. They're always thinking about different ways to engage with the folks around St. Louis. Find out how banking can be different at Together Credit Union. Get online. It's togethercu.org. Whether it's a bank account or a mortgage, all your banking needs, lending. If you're a business owner, check them out. Again, great history and heritage here in St. Louis in the shadows of the brewery. From Eagle Credit Union now to Together Credit Union for all your banking needs. Online, it's togethercu.org.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals Giants back in action this evening with another 8:45 p.m. first pitch. Sonny Gray on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Well, it can't be his birthday. And Jackson played Tom Petty, I Won't Back Down. I don't know if that was a tribute to the Gators or if it's just Jackson saying he is no longer going to back down on this program. So, Doug, why do you think we're hearing Biggie Smalls Hypnotize?
I just wanted to play an instrumental. It was either this or Come Back Dry.
I see. Okay.
I was scrambling. There's not a lot in the...
Is that today's theme? You're scrambling?
Well, there's not a lot in, like, the... I mean, there might be, but, like, backing down. Like, I Won't Back Down is kind of the one, and everything around that is... So I was going to make it a theme, but it doesn't work.
Down, the Cardinals aren't quitting?
Sure, everyone's not backing down.
Okay.
Mets playoff chances are up to 66.8.
Oh, no. What about the Cardinals?
Still hanging strong at 0.1.
Nice.
They're 17 back in the division, but Doug in the wild card, they're still they're 78 and 80, so they got the over. Got 4 games to go. They could have a winning season, or Tim, even worse, a non-losing season. Will that be referenced? Well, we didn't have a losing season.
Yes. The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. And Martin was correct. He said the rain makes people call in. That's a Frank Opinion tribute. And sure enough, we've had friends of the Feather calling in. You're welcome to call in as well on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You can also text in at 314-399-9646. And that's how you can get involved. You just save that number, and the next thing you know, you're a friend of the Feather texting in. And good news, a week from today, if you don't have a name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, this gentleman right here, who will not back down, Jackson Burkett, will be saving names in the text inbox. That's always your favorite week of the month, when you get to save names.
Yeah, it's exhilarating. Mm-hmm. It's
good time.
Inspiring.
Yeah. I know this is off topic, but I went back and watched the Mozeliak interview on YouTube. I could not take my eyes off of Tim. He was looking like a tasty treat. That's from MD 2020.
Who would text that in?
MD 2020.
Why would we need that?
I mean, what's wrong with people wanting to sleep with us? I'm just catching up on the show today. In regards to Arenado, I agree with Doug in that if you're going to pay him and get nothing in return, I keep him. With that said, if that means I have to spend another year listening to you morons breaking down if he should be moved, where things went wrong, if it's weird he's still here, effing trade him. I'm so exhausted with this topic.
Okay, you're going to get more of it.
It's Beer Cat's not happy with a variety of things.
I wonder if that's part of my take, is I just don't want to talk about it anymore.
Well, here's what I would do. Arenado plays third unless you can move him. You make Herrera do everything he can to be ready to be your catcher. Weatherholt spends at least a year in the outfield. We've had other guys play infield and outfield. Donovan's done it. Burleson's done it. Sajaci's done it. Tommy Edmonds done it. If Weatherholt's such a big hitter, get him in the lineup. If he has to play left or center, let him do that. Keep Arenado. You're paying him anyway. And then you got 5 or 6 pretty good hitters in your lineup.
Are you trading Walker?
I wouldn't trade him because I don't think you can get a thing for him right now.
Are you trading Gorman?
Yeah.
Are you trading Newt? If you trade Newt, you got to trade Nolan because
you need one more bat in the outfield.
Arenado and Newt are kind of a package deal. Mm-hmm. The SoCal buddies over in that corner of the locker, I think you got to keep them together.
I think if you had Burleson and Weatherholt in the outfield, you'd have 2 solid hitters, assuming Weatherholt can do it at the major league level. You got to go out and get one more outfield bat. And at least 2 starting pitchers.
The sports, are they great? Is there context on that, Jackson? Do we know?
Yes.
Thank you.
I was appearing on Keishi when
must have been a sweeps month.
Lauren was hosting in the afternoons, and she told me to come on in, and she asked me, at the time, Albert was chasing 700, and I believe the quote she said was, "How are the sports? Are they great?" Which I responded, yes, Albert's trying to get to 700 home runs.
Thanks.
What a time to be alive.
There's kind of a commercial like that, too, with Meghan Trainor talking to Patrick Mahomes. Have you seen this commercial?
I have seen the commercial.
Yeah. And she doesn't know who Patrick
State Farm,
Mahomes is.
commercial?
I think so. And she says, oh, that's Patrick. He does sports.
Jackson's ignoring you.
I'm completely ignoring me. You brought it up. I added a little antidote to me, and you turned your back to me.
I just didn't know how to add to the story, because I've never seen
your back to the gentleman?
Was it?
Well, you're tending to business at the board.
What did Paulie say in Goodfellas? Now I got to turn my back on you. Gives him the money. Says now I got to turn my back on you.
Jackson needs the headset. The Britney Spears headset would help a lot.
Yeah.
You're limited. And I was going to buy you new headphones. You won't let me.
I gotta make sure that they're approved.
Oh, those would be good Christmas gifts that we could give to each other. New headphones.
That would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Or just some spare gear in here. Whenever a guest comes in, we could have Tiger Woods and he says, "Let's take some calls." We're like, "Oh, if we could only get you a headphone. Oh, that worked and a jack. I'm so sorry, we're not going to be able to do that, Mr. Woods."
We've got everything else in the world here. We've got crowns. We've got a conductor's hat. We've got strobe lights.
Not one, but two gongs.
Mm-hmm.
We're ready for bits. Just not calls.
You can attempt to call in, though. 314-974-0101. Friends are calling in, Doug, and we haven't heard from him in a while. He had the Cardinals winning 95 games. I think it's been a few months. It's time to talk with Pestis.
That'd be great.
Oh, no, he literally dropped like 30 seconds.
Can't say we didn't go to him.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. You missed your chance, brother.
I always appreciate your stories, Doug. Ignore Piddles. That's Sharon and Clayton.
Well, thank you, Sherry. Share.
That's not a true story,
Doug.
Jackson. She came into the TMA studio and asked during the show. That's from Harrison's Brother Master.
I was literally there. I promise you my version is the correct version. I was literally there.
She did come into our studio once and try to pronounce some NHL names.
Yes.
Remember that? And
she came into
she
came into the studio several times.
What about on Balloon Party when Jackson tried to pronounce some NHL names?
So that was the first time we did it. And
is that audio available? I think the 101 ESPN listeners.
I could grab it. I'll have to find the date on it. No. But yeah, I could definitely grab that. Yeah, it was tough. It's tough. Tim, one of them was Mario Lemieux, and I had never seen the name written out before.
No.
And
Doug, he was an obscure, fourth liner for the Penguins?
Probably top 3 or 4 player in the history of the game.
And Tim said, I remember it vividly, he said, it's more of a long A on Mario. And I was about to say Mario. That's what I thought long A.
How'd you pronounce the last name?
I think I said Lemieux.
Nice.
Okay.
I'm not. Let me find the audio.
Lemieux.
There's a couple that I didn't even get close.
That never happened, Jackson. That's from the 314. So people are denying that you were on Casey.
Rock solid gaslighting going on.
Rock solid gaslight. Let's see.
I enjoy some rock solid.
Tim, since it's your birthday week, I'm giving you the green light to hook up with my wife. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack, Doug. So that has been cleared. And they live on that peninsula in Illinois that we didn't know existed. You have to take a ferry to and from?
Yeah. I've still never seen it. I'd almost like to take a drive there just to see it, just to ride on the ferry.
Why don't we do that today?
Okay.
Especially since I just got an invite.
Yeah, I guess we should.
One of the links that Jackson sent over that I'm intrigued by is Bill Simmons, who is your hero, isn't he, Jackson?
I wouldn't say hero necessarily, but I really enjoy his work. I listen to his podcast and a bunch of other Ringer family podcasts.
I feel like there's some TMA listeners who accuse Movie Boy and your movie takes being a ripoff of some Ringer podcast.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with this, but I feel like I've seen that in our text inbox or design area.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right. I don't know what to say. You're influenced by what you listen to. You're influenced by things around you. So I'm sure in some ways, but I like to think of my own stuff as original. But
that's Movie Boy.
Well, I mean, what's the line in Social Network? Does everyone who made a chair owe the guy money who made the first chair? Just because I do a movie podcast doesn't make it the same.
No.
Sounds like you're citing Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah, so am I ripping off Sorkin by quoting it? Everyone rips off everything.
Well, Bill Simmons, and this is one of the links Jackson sent over, says in his most recent podcast that legal sports betting ruined Las Vegas. I haven't been there in a year or two. But I'll be there tomorrow for a few days. I don't know if I'll see anything because I'm not going to leave my hotel room. But his whole premise is the reason why Las Vegas is down 10% is because there's legalized sports gambling everywhere. He said, I am in a very small segment of giant sports fans. We would go and we really just wanted to gamble, he said on his podcast, but we never cared about the other stuff. People in their 20s and 30s were going for very specific things. It was like, I can gamble on sports here. I can play blackjack with my friends here. I can play poker. I can play craps. Since sports gambling started becoming legal in 2018, Simmons said, people now spend less time at the casino sports books, and companies have made a 180 on their business model. And suddenly other cities became more hospitable to visitors who wanted to casually play table games and gamble for a few days. And he said that's when they started shifting the odds against customers. It's 6-5 payouts for blackjack, and I just feel like it's harder to win, as weird as that sounds. I have much more fun gambling in New Orleans. In Vegas, I feel like I'm just this cog in a machine that is going to get crushed. A 2023 report from ABC News showed that over the previous 15 to 20 years, many Las Vegas casinos gradually moved to a 6-5 payout at blackjack tables instead of the traditional 3-2.
What does that mean exactly?
So if you were to bet $100 and back in the day get a blackjack, you would have received $300. And my math is correct on that. I don't think my math is correct. Anybody following me? Jackson, I feel like I've lost you again.
I'm sorry, I was looking for the audio.
At least he didn't turn his back on you.
Again, a little short order cook here.
So point being, you just get a higher payout, and my math is...
Right. Some it's 6-5, right, in a lot of places.
So he's saying the Vegas, they've
lowered the payout that you would get on a blackjack.
Do you think they've collectively done that? Because you have all the different casinos. Do you think they got together and said, hey, the only way it's going to work? Or is that just they've all kind of followed the same model?
I think once one place does it, they
follow
all
the model.
You kind of...
Gas prices.
Right.
I honestly, if I'm playing it, I'm like just playing like little, whatever, $10 hands just because I'm sitting there drinking with people. It's not what I play. If I'm going to play anything, and I say this for over the next few days that I'm out there, I'll go down to the poker room. So I don't know on that, but I do know that Las Vegas is down substantially as far as tourism dollars. So I'm anxious to see if I notice that. I kind of feel like I'm going out there in a week where it's packed based on the rates that I'm paying. And I think that's in part because the Bears are out there taking on the Raiders.
There you go.
Yeah. But next week, this is one of the things that caught my attention on this link Jackson said, is that next week Las Vegas resort owners will launch a coordinated fabulous 5-day sale with food and drink prices reduced by as much as 25% amid a major slowdown in tourism in the city. And Simmons says the trends are so stark that he believes it's because of what they have done with gambling odds, where they've either reduced the odds or he just feels like you don't win as much. So that's certainly.
And at the same time, it got considerably more expensive just to stay there, too.
Correct. Yeah, it used to be
hotel
super
prices
cheap.
Skyrocketed.
We just have a few restaurants that we love out there. And haven't been there in a while, obviously, with the young family. So that's our reasoning.
So your wife is going on this trip.
Yeah, okay. She's going to be at the pool. I'm going to be in the room, and Doug, the blinds are going to be drawn, and I'm going to be sitting there in a robe. If you want me to send you a selfie, and I might Sharon Stone it for you, if you know what I mean.
Aluminum foil you're putting in the windows so people can see in.
That's right. That's industry standard, though. That's boilerplate.
Okay. Well, if like you live in St. Louis and you really want to gamble, why would you spend all the money to go to Vegas when you could go to one of the 4 or 5 casinos we have here?
Yeah, you just drive across the river and sit in that parking lot on the other side of the JB Bridge while that guy works out his video poker deal.
Well, if that's sports gambling, but you could do everything. You could play blackjack here.
Yeah, if you want to throw
play
dice.
everything else here. And it wouldn't cost you an arm and a leg.
That's right.
Didn't they pivot at one point to making it, or attempting to make it more of a family-friendly environment?
That was the mid-1990s. It was the end of the film Casino with Sam Aths Rothstein and little Nicky Santoro, and he and his brother met an unfortunate demise. I don't want to do a spoiler, but the Dahmer, always the Dahmer.
But it used to be what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and it made it sound like kind of a, oh, wow, I'm really going to do some things out
watch
here
this.
that I don't do anywhere else. Yeah, you're going to go tee. If you're going for the family crowd, it doesn't seem like that's really the market.
Well, it seemed like
that's over now.
Was that a new Coke thing, or did it work for a minute?
A lot of new Coke out there still. But
okay, sorry, wrong time to reference Coke.
The Excalibur, the Luxor, which is the Pyramid, Circus, really nice property. You might want to get in there quickly. And even MGM, everything was like family oriented, and now they've gone more. Some are budget and some are high end. But the middle-of-the-road ones have been hit hard by this decline, and the theory is people can gamble anywhere, so why go out there and pay exorbitant prices?
Yeah, I think the family thing is a big swing and a miss on the marketing ploy. If you've got young kids, are you thinking, hey, let's take them to Vegas? Isn't that about the last place you would take them?
Well, I mean,
even if
it's been over for a while.
I know, but even if they try to convince you that, hey, this is a family place now, it takes an awful lot of convincing. I don't think there's a whole lot of people who said, yeah, let's put the kids in the car and drive to Vegas and take a family vacation to the Strip in Las Vegas. I don't think so.
Mom and Dad are out downstairs playing roulette. Where's your brother?
Yeah.
With a hooker.
Yeah.
There's a ton of places you can go that are family-friendly before you get around to Vegas.
Tim, I'll help you pay for Las Vegas, and I'll give you a relaxing back rub before you leave. Anything for you because you're the best. That's from former TMA board operator David Klein of Hedonism.
Stop it, Klein.
Jackson, in 20 years, you're going to be texting into the show offering me a back rub?
I hope. I hope.
Remember when?
Hope to listen to this show forever.
When the cat said if we're ever in a plane together and
You
we
don't
go
listen
down,
when you're here.
You would eat David Cladheism, right?
yeah, if we had to eat one of the other members of the cast, we'd probably baste David Klein of Hedonism in gravy and go ahead and eat him.
I felt like that was obvious.
Right.
What if his family was listening?
It's tough.
That is a tough spot. We might want to say, hey, we're on a remote here from the mountains of Argentina. The plane has gone down, but we have been able to put a remote together, even though we can't do that from South County.
Oh, boy.
And unfortunately, we just dined upon David Klein of Hedonism, but we did slather him in gravy.
Would you rather do a remote from Argentina or commit cannibalism?
Oh.
Would you like to
Sometimes it is literally a dog-eat-dog world.
Yeah. Well, would you like to update that list now that David Klein's not here? Who in this room would you eat?
Oh,
That's a good question.
gosh.
I can't believe I said that.
Jesus.
It's great delivery.
It took a turn.
Here's somebody doing the math, which I was incapable of doing. Maybe I shouldn't play poker if I can't do math on the fly quickly. 3-2, if you bet $100, you would win $150. 6-5, you win $120. Most casinos here in St. Louis are also now 6-5.
That's all I've ever seen.
6-5.
Yeah.
So it used to be 3-2. That's what I was thinking. You get
Right.
$1.50 on your dollar, essentially. But I clearly wasn't able to communicate that effectively, and for that I blame Jackson. I think that's
game.
the right thing to do.
Blackjack is about the only thing I play.
Is that right?
Although
Is it a profit center for you?
No. There was once when Kurt and I went out to Circa in Las Vegas, I put $100 down on a blackjack table, and in 4 minutes I had lost every single dollar.
Yeah, that's no fun.
And the dealer was like an assassin. Face didn't change, just took my money, and I left, and like it was nothing.
What would you like, some empathy?
Maybe like
Sure.
man.
Like tough break. Sorry, I keep going. Try it again.
5 card 21. That hurts. Something to, give
Like
me.
that happened with Clark W. Griswold and Vegas Vacation, my least favorite of the 4 vacations.
Okay.
They had like slide whistles to let you know when you were supposed to laugh, and I just thought that was hackneyed.
They were like, let's just let Randy Quaid cook for a little bit. Everyone else is going to take some time off. Beverly D'Angelo is going to be with Wayne Newton. It's all over the place.
What
that was
should
a
the
cut.
dealers say? Hang in there, fella. Hey, your folks have any money they could wire you?
Yeah,
What
something.
should
I don't
they
know.
say?
They must be trained that way because they're all kind of that sourpuss, nothing but business.
For sure.
Stoic.
No conversation at all.
For sure.
Maybe they have to focus on math. I guess you can't ever let your
Well, speaking
guard
of
down.
casino, you've seen Nicky Santoro in casino, and he's browbeating some blackjack dealer, so you can't have that.
Yeah, and then Don Rickles took the high hard one too.
Yeah, he got pushed. Oh, man. They can't push over Don Rickles.
Spoiler alert. I was in Vegas last October, and the biggest eye-opener for me is the amount of college-age kids in Vegas for the weekend hitting the sports books. I sure as hell didn't have the Vegas money in college, and it tells me there's going to be a whole new generation that will lose their asses with sports gambling. Good for them. Generations need vices, Doug. That's Alan Dadeville, who is probably going to take the Georgia Bulldogs this weekend, but has to be confused by the line. But I don't want to speak for Alan Dadeville.
Okay. No, I wouldn't speak for him, of all people.
That was a thing. Kids my age would always, like, fall break. Kids would go to Vegas.
Oh, is that right? Really?
Yeah, Mizzou didn't have a fall
To
break.
gamble or to chase ass or what?
A lot of pool scenes is what it looked like.
So chase ass.
Chase ass, but
But
I'm
it
sure
costs
there was
just to go to the pool, right? You're staying at a hotel.
yeah.
You can't use the pool at the hotel you're staying in.
Yeah, you gotta like buy a chair.
For how much?
Buy a chair. It's Cabana.
Well, you can, but also some places make you buy like the chair, like the chaise
But if
lounge.
you're going with a group of guys, you're not just going to like buy a chair.
No, I wouldn't recommend buying one chair for 8 guys.
Where are you going, Oatmeal? I got the chair over there. Where are you going, Herb?
You would buy a cabana, but like if you're an individual going, you have to pay for the chair.
I guess it's like that on beaches too. A lot of beaches have chairs there, but if you sit down on it, lifeguard comes over and wants $15 or something.
But it's way more than $15, in Vegas.
Doug, the best odds in the casino is Baccarat. You're flipping a coin. That's from the stay-at-home Sage Daddy.
There's no fun, though.
I wouldn't know how to play.
It's literally flipping a coin. You bet one or the other.
And don't you think
it's not
that you
actually
could win 50%
it's
of the
not
time?
actually flipping a coin, but that's the game. I guess there's a chance that they could tie or push. I don't know what it's called.
I didn't have any friends in college. That's from the amateur proctologist.
It's probably because he was practicing too much amateur proctology.
Those dealers have been watching countless dredges of the earth come in and lose their money. They're all tapped out on empathy. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Understandable.
Probably so.
Understandable.
I would love to hear some dealer stories. People sobbing at the table.
Oh, God.
Probably some really
That was Billy's tuition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
I don't like to think about that.
Sometimes when you just go by and it's like slot machines and people have that 1,000-foot stare as they've been hitting the same button for 3 hours.
Why, I'll sometimes that video P will get me. Doug, video P.
They put it at the bar, and you're like,
that's
just
where
waiting
it'll
for a
get me.
drink.
Yeah,
It's
you're
like,
not sitting there like sober at 2 in the afternoon going, I'll be right back. I'm going to go play some video P.
That's what I would trust the least is video games on there, because that could be set up and programmed to make sure you don't win, as opposed to playing live poker or live blackjack. I think that's on the level. But who knows if the computer's on the level? Why would they set the computer to allow you to win? Okay, it wasn't a great take.
No,
It's just a thought I had.
on you again.
Turn it back again.
See, here's the thing. Is I want to play some drops because people complain, no drops. And then I get yelled at for you're turning your back to me as if I'm the only other person in the studio.
Well, but you were the last one to speak, and that's how conversation organically.
I know, I was lighting the flame. And
so
then
you light the flame, let Doug go, and then you turn your back
well,
on
I
him.
figure I guess someone else can extinguish it. And then I'm trying to play a drop. If I sit here and say in a conversation, where are the drops? I can't win.
Why don't you just go nuts right now? Just say drop fest real quick. Jackson's drop fest, so then people that are dissatisfied.
There he goes.
Let's knock out a quota of drops. So go. What your dealer's choice?
Doug, I don't conform.
Hello, neighbor.
But no, these guys suck. Begging for food already.
Damn pay.
Jordan Walden balloon party is on its way. Back it up a bit. Don't really care.
Is that for yesterday?
From every appearance.
It's TMA, the program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Doug was citing the Patrick Mahomes, Megan Trainor commercial. We believe that's State Farm. I know James Carlton is State Farm. And in St. Louis, if you want to work with State Farm, you work with James Carlton. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's my insurance agent. Has been since 2019, and he has 450 5-star reviews on Google. Jamie Rivers was listening to James when he was on the show on Monday, and he texted in. He said, let the audience know this. James, I made the switch to him last week. He is saving me $600 a month. $600 a month. It takes a couple minutes to call in and talk with somebody in James's office. They're located right here in Webster Groves. You're not talking to a call center somewhere else. And they're going to look to see what they can save you. Plus, you're going to get customer service that is absolutely unrivaled. If I ever have an issue with a question regarding insurance or a claim, I hear back immediately. It is so refreshing. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Coming up at 9 o'clock, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Jeremy Rutherford, scheduled to be in studio. He is in studio.
He's in studio.
Taking your two-part questions. Blues and Blackhawks preseason game on Saturday, which you will be able to catch here on 101 ESPN, pregame 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. And the Fast Lane has a significant broadcast coming up next week. 101 ESPN saluting our nation's military for service members, their families, and anyone currently on base at Scott Air Force Base. Join the Fast Lane for their annual Military Appreciation Live broadcast next Thursday, October 2nd from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. If you're on base, we hope that you stop by. The Fast Lane's live broadcast, our Military Appreciation broadcast, is brought to you by Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Insulation. The program's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Aesthetic Design and Build, a company that I have personally gotten to know and had to my home, and a company that I recommend to those of you in the listening audience. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and Dan and his team came to my house. They walked me through all the different types of custom work that they are capable of doing, and I want to hammer home that term custom, because they really are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. You can check them out at the showroom in Chesterfield Valley. Go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com or call them at 636-532-5008. It's Aesthetic Design and Build. They not only are a design company, but they also have a wide variety of options for your home. Come check out that showroom in Chesterfield Valley. Let their expert team walk you through all of the different outdoor solutions that they offer, from pergolas and retractable screens all the way to their patented underdecking system. Their goal is to provide a custom solution that matches the look and feel of your home. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, outdoor living spaces expertly designed, online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Let them know TMA sent you their way. I mean, is there a music theme today or not? We had Tom Petty, I Won't Back Down. We've had the instrumental of Hypnotize, and now we go with Smells Like Teen Spirit. Jackson?
This would be the 34th anniversary of Nevermind, the album, the second album by Nirvana.
This is not great music here. This is screaming.
Wow.
This is screaming.
Wow, you just attacked my generation.
Douglas Elvin,
It's
Vaughn.
just not
I really
good.
like that song.
It isn't.
What about Come As You Are?
About Lithium.
I'd have to hear it.
What about Bloom in honor of Haim? My mom called him Charmin last night. She got confused on what his name. She said, "Well, when's the new guy Charmin coming?" I said, "Mom,
Charmin?
it's Haim."
It's not even an R.
She said, "Oh, I thought it was CH something," and I said, "His name's not Charmin." But we've still haven't figured out how to say LaRusso as the manager, so I guess there's going to be some mispronunciation of Charmin.
I've been confused by the inability to spell Mark McGuire's last name properly.
Oh, yeah.
Mike Schilt's name properly, and the S on Chase Daniels' name appearing every now and again.
And Mozeliak's name gave people problems for you. It was Mozeliak.
Nice.
Heard that a lot. It looks like Mozeliak.
I don't know what this is in reference to. It could be any of us. It's from Yasiel the Boy Puig, and it says, "Get this mother effer off the air."
Who? All of us?
Yasiel the Boy Puig sent that in. You can call in 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt's tending to those calls right now. Yasiel the Boy Puig and many others texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646. And then you've got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Lex Luthor says, "Smells Like Teen Spirit peaked at number 6 on the Billboard Hot 100. Ho Hey by the Lumineers peaked at number 3 on the Hot 100.
Oof. Think about it.
Okay.
Although, I like the Lumineers.
Oh, Chairman Kurt is busy over knee-deep in conversation.
Yeah. Well, they're calling in. They want to talk it over, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to talk it. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. Sorry, Doug, it's not a doo-wop theme today.
I wish it was.
You and Frankie Valli used to pal around. That's from Edge Time.
Yeah. Jersey boys.
Tim, that is for Doug for disgracing Nirvana. That's Yasiel the Boy
It's
Puig.
just noise. It's just loud noise and screaming's all it is.
Jackson, what is your reaction to that? That music predates your birth, but it's the song for one of the signature songs for my generation.
I like Nirvana a lot.
Okay.
That whole album, Nevermind, is really good.
I notice a lot of the youngs when I'm out. Probably I'll see this weekend, as a matter of fact, wearing Nirvana T-shirts. That seems like that's a thing. But when I was growing up in the 90s, a lot of my peers were wearing like Led Zeppelin shirts, if memory serves. So it's kind of a thing, I guess.
For sure.
20,
Band
30
shirts.
years removed.
Yeah. And oftentimes you don't
retro.
listen to a lot of the music necessarily. Like, you're not the world's biggest fan, but Nirvana has some great band T-shirts. The Ramones were always a popular one to have a T-shirt of because they have a great emblem.
Doug, when you were a kid, did they wear Lawrence Welk T-shirts? It's kind of an homage to the old days.
Woody Guthrie.
A Bing Crosby T-shirt.
No.
But Bing Crosby, one of your favorites.
I wasn't into the heavy metal at any age, but I know it's tough and cool. Look, I'm a tough guy. I like heavy metal music. I don't like people singing songs. I understand that. That's what it is mostly. It's
Jackson, why do you want to be tough and cool?
It's a tough and cool thing to say, I love heavy metal, man. That's what it is. You don't really like the music.
Extrapolating a lot from just someone playing a little tune.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, just in general, I think that's what it is.
But you were in chunky heels and a leisure suit on the dance floor, were you not?
I had a canary yellow leisure suit. Yes,
Did you like the disco era?
Little Jungle
sure.
Boogie?
The Bee Gees and ABBA and that kind of music. Yeah, that was big.
Line dance?
That was not for line dancing. That was for disco dancing, which is the same as dancing today. They just called it disco. There's no difference.
I bet the Kirkwood folk in the mid-'70s were probably playing a lot of Hendrix, a lot of Zeppelin, smoking a lot of the pot. I would just guessing.
No, I didn't see it.
No?
Casinos are gross. To see a fats on mobility scooters, stop. It's a Hunchback of Uncast. Is that what it is? It's a sea of fats on mobility scooters?
I don't think it's that. I would say on the sports book element, like the actual physical sports book at a Las Vegas casino, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, you've been going to Las Vegas a lot longer than I have. Like, it was a novelty in a sense because you could see every single game at the same time, whereas now, in our modern era, you can pretty much do that in your own home, and you can place your bet in your own home. So the need to go to a sports book and do that Lesson?
I will have my hotel television. Doug, again, this is with the draperies drawn. An iPad, my laptop, and another laptop at my disposal to diversify my interests Friday, Saturday, and Sunday while watching the Ryder Cup, college football. And I gather I can just use an app to place my wagers when I'm out there, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So
this is great. I really don't have to leave the room.
I think in some places, like, you can't actually place a bet in the casino proper, like, of that book.
Don't you have a problem with that term, casino proper?
I didn't care for it, no.
I can't remember what the rules were, but I definitely used online gambling when I was there, so.
Good for you.
Can I ask a golf source here?
I am taking those questions. Doug probably is not.
Who's favored in the Ryder Cup?
The United States, you got to bet 140 to win 100.
Is the home team almost always favored?
The road team has not won. Was that 2012, Doug? Was that Medina? The collapse on Sunday afternoon at Medina?
Mm-hmm. I don't know the years, Tim.
There was a video going around yesterday. Ian Poulter was talking about the American fans are not better than the European fans, and there was something about mashed potatoes. If you could dig that up at some point, Jackson, there was some.
Okay.
He didn't like the assignment you just gave.
What do you mean? I said okay.
But you said it in such a way, and then you turned your back on Martin as if to say,
a lot of back turning today over there.
Yeah, what Doug's doing is a lot of reading between the lines, maybe building on false narratives.
Making the case.
Yeah. I played a little heavy metal, and now I'm tough and cool, and I'm turning my back.
I would disagree. That was heavy metal. It's grunge.
Yeah, agreed.
And you turned your back on me, yet you agreed with me.
Chairman Kurt, we got a packed Callier and Thompson phone line board here. Jackson, Chairman Kurt, you tell me where to go, and that's where we'll go.
You know what? I want to go with Kurt.
Kurt,
Yes.
your namesake.
And he's a Kurt with a K, which I trust way more than Kurt's with C's.
Kurt Ford, Doug. I remember him. Ozzie Smith dove
That was
over him.
Seward. Kurt Simmons was a good left-handed Cardinal pitcher.
Signetti.
Yeah, how about that? He's got to visit Kinnick this weekend, giving 7.5 to the Hawkeyes.
Kurt Flood, that was C-U-R-T.
Yeah. All right.
Kurt Russell's a K.
Yeah, Kurt was okay. Herb Brooks. All right, yes, Kurt, you're on 101 ESPN. Good morning.
Hey, guys. I used to deal at the casino years ago, and this is I got a couple stories real quick for you. The first one was I was over at the Queen dealing blackjack, and, nothing out of the ordinary. The gal, she didn't seem too tipsy, but all of a sudden she just hurls right on the table on the cards and everything, and it was not pretty. Let's just say that.
What's the fine for that? Is there a fine that goes with that?
No, she just got booted off the boat for that day or whatever.
And
her
you
money
needed
was
new
still
cards.
good.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. I called the pit guy over the floor and I said, "Hey," and he started to touch the cards. I said, "No, don't touch the cards," because it was kind of a clear liquidy thing.
Gosh, too much information.
Doug, so
That's
vivid,
enough.
like the opening of a Burwell column.
Hey, okay, here's the second story. Now,
Okay.
this happened at Lumiere. These are true stories, buddy.
That's right.
Don't call me buddy.
Sorry about that. So anyway, this guy's, I guess he's at the blackjack table and he's on a heater and he doesn't want to get up and he wets himself right there on the chair. I'm not kidding.
You saw this?
No, but it's a true story. I didn't see this one, but I can guarantee you it was true. Unbelievable. So now this one just happened because I still know a few people at the casino. This one happened a few weeks ago. So the guy was dealing. I guess he was killing everybody like they normally do at the table, the dealer. And the customer called him an MFer. And, yeah. And the guy the dealer was highly upset. And he had been there from day one. This is in Hollywood. And he went over and told the floor guy, and the floor guy wouldn't do anything. And the dealer went off on the floor guy in the middle of everything and walked off the casino and said, "I quit."
Kurt, what card did you deal? What games?
Black. I dealt all the carnival games, baccarat, and the only game I didn't deal was craps.
And I don't see you being stoic, which was our premise on deals. I feel like you would engage with the people.
Oh, I had some great customers, and of course, I had some pretty bad ones too. And here's another thing: so when a player was on a heater and they'd be up 300-400 or whatever, and they wouldn't tip. They wouldn't be tipping, and of course you can't solicit tips as a dealer. So, and then they say, oh, hey, they say, oh man, I'll get you after, I'll get you when I leave. Well, 45 minutes later, they're broke, and they hadn't tipped you.
Oh. Does a dealer ever tip the customer if he loses all his money?
Good luck, sir. Have a nice night.
I'll tell you, Kurt, usually people who call into this show are hated on in our text inbox, but you have a lot of fans. A lot of people are enjoying your call.
Well, that's great. But I'm just, offhand, I don't know many other. There's a negative story. I don't. Now this, I'd better not bring that
As
one up.
opposed to all the positive stories you've shared.
Like the chairman of the board.
There you have it.
All right.
Kurt, don't be a stranger.
Good talking to what?
Don't be a stranger.
No problem. Thanks a lot, guys.
That was
All right, Kurt.
No problem.
He called me buddy.
All right, buddy. Now, not everybody liked him, but I got a kick out of it.
Huge fan.
Yeah, there was a lot of support in the text inbox. That's very rare for a caller.
It was a new twist. I like that.
And a high motor guy.
Kurt,
High motor guy.
Kurt, if you're still listening and you know how to use the internet, please apply to be the TMA Listener of the Month.
You think he's the favorite?
That might be my favorite caller I've had.
I don't know. Justin's call was really strong this morning.
4-second appearance.
As drunk as so many people are while they're playing, I'm kind of surprised that the throwing up doesn't happen more often.
It probably happens a good amount.
Because if you were plastered and you got really upset by something, that could trigger it, couldn't it?
Yeah. I don't know. I've never been so mad I've thrown up.
So you think the anger is what caused the vomit?
Well, as Doug's kind of saying, like when you're already, about to tip over, I think any kind of emotional reaction might get you going.
It could. Yeah.
I played in the World Series of Poker main event. Doug, did I play it 4 times or 5 times?
I just don't know.
And my first time ever playing was, you're nervous. It's the biggest event, and within the first hour or so I'm still getting my bearings. A gentleman gets so mad about the previous hand that when it came to him, he just started ripping up his cards and then tossed them onto the felt, and he was immediately escorted away from the premises to sit out for an orbit.
Yeah.
And then 5 years later, I played in it again, and I was sitting right next to him. Kind of looked like the teacher in Smoking in the Boys' Room, the Motley Crue video, Doug. I know you said you're a big heavy metal guy.
I'm not, no.
Smoking in the Boys' Room, Martin. Was that Motley Crue's first hit? Smoking in the Boys. Was that the Shout at the Devil?
And it's a cover.
Was that? No, that was Ozzy Osbourne.
Is that Smooching with the Boys?
Smooching with the Boys. Theater of Pain? What was the Motley Crue album where...
I just don't know. One thing I do know that I've noticed over the years is the people at the casinos don't have a whole lot of patience for knuckleheads.
Yeah, they'll throw you on your ass.
Yeah. I mean, you don't get a second chance.
No. Well, yeah, they can't mess around.
No, and they don't.
Caller Kurt is badass. That's from Ray King. You get a Ray King endorsement.
Yeah, agreed.
I didn't know you could smoke 3 packs a day while dealing poker. That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy. Kurt should be banned from the internet. That's from Steven Time.
Why?
Tim, you're right. Shout at the Devil was crew. That's from Sun Laundry. You like that when it's crew? They had the umlaut over the U.
I didn't care for the umlaut. I liked it with Tom Newton.
1999 Rammies. Was he a guard?
I think so, yeah.
You can text in your favorite Motley Crue songs, your thoughts on Kurt's call, and email in as well. 314-399-9646. That's the text inbox number. Then you got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way. Doug, you know anything about Design Air Heating and Cooling? I think you do.
Well, sure. I think everybody should by now because most everybody has an air conditioner or a furnace, and sooner or later something's going to go wrong. Maybe it wouldn't if you just had regular maintenance done on it. That'd be a good idea. Call Design Air Heating and Cooling and talk to Seth Goldcamp or one of his people and have him out there to do some maintenance on your airco or your furnace. Or if it just breaks down completely, you're going to need him at that point. And Design Air has been proudly serving the area since 1904, more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. Not just another HVAC company, longest running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot. We sure appreciate it. Seth Goldcamp, 4th generation family-owned business, a name you can trust. They've been around forever because they do fantastic work. And it's an honest company. They're never going to try to sell you something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. So visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and home of the handsome repairman. Ask for Larry, the Silver Fox.
Martin Harrison's brother Master is adamant that Jackson never appeared on KSHE 95. Jackson will play the audio coming up, as well as Jackson attempting to pronounce hockey names as well. All of that coming your way next. Then Jeremy Rutherford in studio for your two-part questions coming up in approximately 19 minutes when we begin the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. We're currently in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour on the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. I guess what I was talking about. This is the principal in this music video is what the guy who ripped up the cards in the World Series of Poker main event next to me looked like. Do you remember this music video?
I think I do, yeah.
Oh. Is it Tommy Lee smoking in the boys' room with Mick Mars? Or was it Nikki Sixx?
Well, you could tell me anything, I wouldn't know.
Okay, it was
Nikki with 2 Ks?
Yeah, got it that way. Jackson is about to have one of his biggest segments ever. This guy, Doug Martin, and I were talking in the commercial break, and we just hear audio from Jackson celebrating that he discovered the audio that Harrison's brother Master said did not exist. Jackson, you set it up.
So the learn drop of how are the sports? Are they great? I've claimed that came from an appearance I made on KSHE when she was hosting the afternoon show on KSHE 95. And Harrison's brother Master is adamant that it came from a visit in the TMA studio. Well, luckily we have the audio.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Receipts?
Receipts have been kept.
Anyway, I had to, you were walking in the hall and I said, I cannot believe. And so I pulled him in here to ridicule him on air. But how are things? How are things at your shows? Are they
Everything's
great?
great. Yeah, we're loving it. Doing well. 101's going great.
How are the sports? Are they great?
Okay.
There it is. Boom, boom, boom.
Boom.
I mean, I imagine Harrison's brother Master will be sending in an apology, Jackson. This is a great win for you.
No, he won't.
Maybe not, because he just got suspended.
Whoa!
Suspended a period of 2 days' time, and I'm going to hit him with a 70% tariff.
70%?
Yeah, because he was so wrong.
That's going to sting,
and so
isn't it?
adamant in his ignorance.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
This one will sting a little bit.
He's going to take his text overseas.
Jackson, I mean, you said you wouldn't back down today, and you're delivering on that promise you made at 7 o'clock.
But I don't even feel like I'm like that much of a triumph because I vividly remember it, and I knew I was right. Just because someone tells you over and over again that you're wrong, you have your own beliefs.
When someone asks you the question, how are the sports? Are they great? How do you go about answering that question?
Well, at the time, the sports were great. The Cardinals were a really good baseball team. Albert Pujols was closing in on 700 home runs. Missouri wasn't great at that time, but things were going well. At least Cardinal-wise, they were.
Okay.
And you also have the audio of pronouncing. This is from Balloon Party, also in 2022. Let's see what we got here, Doug. You wanted to
February 9th, 2022.
Ooh, early on.
This is me trying to pronounce hockey names. That J in front definitely isn't a J, so I'm going to say it's a Y. Jaromir Jagr? Jaromir Jagr. Final answer.
I feel badly. Now I actually feel bad about this. I didn't think it was going to go. Jaromir Jagr.
Okay.
Are you familiar with his work?
Not at all.
You can text in. It's 65780. It's the Air Comfort Service text line. This is going to be, if this doesn't go well.
No, I know that. I know,
you know this one.
The Moose, Mark Messier.
All right. I feel like we're back on track.
It's not going to go well from here on out.
This gentleman had a moment that lives forever in St. Louis Blues history. Wayne Gretzky was handling the puck in the neutral zone and unfortunately got away from him. This took place in 1996, Game 7 at Joe Louis Arena.
Steve Yzerman?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Steve Yzerman.
Yeah.
Played against the Blues 200 times, I bet.
So that didn't go well.
Jaromir Jagr scored 766 goals, and he never heard the name.
How's the hockey? Is it great?
I had heard the names. Again, I just hadn't seen these names spelled out before.
Is that right?
Well, Jaromir Jagr has 2 J's, so, I'm not crazy.
He was, I believe, from the Czech Republic.
Thanks, guys, for playing that. Now I'm pissed off. That's from the 314. Jackson, they're not happy. They weren't happy that Gabe didn't know who Matthew Tkachuk was, and now they're not happy with you.
There's sort of an alliance there with Jackson and Gabe.
Yeah.
Kind of the not anti-hockey. That's too strong. Ambivalent hockey guys.
There you go. Perfect description. Pavel Burr?
Oh. Pavel Burr.
Jagr skated in training camp as recently as the end of July this year, and there's speculation he could still be doing it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not in the NHL, obviously, but
And he broke in 1990.
Kind of got the Mike Gundy hair.
So
Mike Gundy here.
35 years later, he's still trying to play.
The sound of Doug's disappointment is priceless. That's from The Big Show. Harrison's brother, Master, is not sold, but that was real audio.
Oh, jeez.
That sounded like a drop within the cut. Play it again. I think he put that drop into the conversation. Her sentences didn't really make sense with that thrown in. Her sentences didn't really make sense with that thrown in. Play it again.
That didn't make sense thrown in.
We should block
That didn't make sense. I don't know. I didn't hear it right.
Up the tariff, Doug.
Gentlemen, I don't know if this is correct.
The tariff is now 100%.
100% tariff.
And if he wants to take his text to other nations, that's fine.
And if somebody's blocked, does that mean they can't even text into the show?
No
They
one's
should
ever been blocked.
resist the urge.
No one's ever been blocked.
I thought you blocked some
Some Russian bot was texting him. I blocked. No real people will be blocked.
Arbor Day was blocked for a while, and then a similar account would just text in, and, and it would say like from All Saints Day and all the random days.
That's it. I'm out. I've had enough of Libby Kimmel. See you guys next week. That's from Gooner Reloaded. This is terrible. It's disheartening, and it makes me feel old. Please stop before Papers mispronounces Brett Hull's name. That's from the 314.
But if I put like some NBA names in front of someone who doesn't watch basketball, they'd fumble around with it, and no one would make fun of them.
Possibly even the MVP of the league.
You mean
The Greek
Nikola
freak.
Jokic?
No,
Greek freak.
Last year, Shea
Gilgeous-Alexander?
Wasn't he just the MVP?
Yeah.
Yeah, there'd be people.
Right, they call him Shy.
Some in this room
Say
Who is
Shy.
this?
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yeah, right. Giannis Antetokounmpo. I kind of stutter step there, but I got there.
But an example.
Right.
Yes.
Right, exactly.
Why don't
Al-Farouq
you-
Aminu.
Okay, here you go, Jackson. Do you got a little handheld recorder? If not, we'll get you one.
iPhone.
You go to a Blues game, and while folks are walking in, you say, hey, we're doing a little spelling quiz and a pronunciation quiz. Can you help me out here? And then you give them a list of NBA names.
Yeah. Look at
that.
And let those hockey folk butcher your basketball folk.
Right, but they won't provide the satisfaction I desire. You know?
Cut that off.
It simply won't.
Jokic, just kind of a hard name.
Yeah,
to
Nikola
say.
Jokic.
Yeah.
Some people would say Joel Embiid. It's Joel.
Well, sure it is.
Now Harrison's brother Master is receiving a text from the Warson Woods wacko. Hey, Harrison, dumbass, where's my money? ESPN reported that Sam Horn was the starter. Time for you to pay. Shut up and die. That's from the Warson Woods wacko, who I guess sent $100 to Harrison's brother Master and now wants his money back, plus another 100 because he was right, because he's saying the ESPN broadcast said that Sam Horn was the starter. Wonder if Harrison's brother Master will be sending that money over.
I don't know.
Here's right afterwards.
How are the sports? Are they great?
Yes.
Sports are great. The Cardinals are doing well. There's a little guy named Albert Pujols who might be doing something big here soon.
Oh, maybe
so-
tonight, right?
There you go.
Oh, gosh.
How are the
Hardy
sports?
laugh from Lauren there.
You guys really hit it off.
How are
Hardy
the
laugh.
sports? Are they great?
Yeah. I think that was before Iggy had been on Casey at the time, and I think there was some light bitterness that was going on.
No basketball, douchebag. That's from the Sun Launcher. I don't know what it means.
Is there a comma anywhere, or is it just no basketball?
I think just in general, he doesn't want to hear you talking about SGA.
And does the Sun Launcher have a shuttle ride? Because I feel like we've launched a lot of Cardinals into the sun this season.
Yeah.
Hey, Warson Woods bozo, you never sent a single dollar, you cheap ass. That's from Harrison's brother Master, so he's saying he doesn't owe him money because he never sent any money. Doug, it's unfortunate. The good news is Jeremy Rutherford's going to be in studio, and the texts are going to be a little more amicable towards JR. 314-399-9646. Two-part questions for Jeremy Rutherford. He is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. That segment coming up here in a matter of moments. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Indiana Pacers have added some backcourt depth after the ruptured Achilles of Tyrese Halliburton. They've got Monte Morris, the free agent, has agreed to a one-year deal with the Pacers. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, you like this, Jim?
This a little better, yeah.
What do you prefer, this or smoking in the boys' room?
I guess this one.
Nice. Not bad.
Little 2001 for Doug.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour here on the TMA YouTube channel. Watch the program. Talk it over with other TMA listeners. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Cody and Cardinals is in there talking to Lex Luthor. And is it Doug? Is it Matt Stromer or Stramer?
I just don't know. I don't know.
I know Jeremy Rutherford's in the studio because he's brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, and he's taking two-part questions at 314-399-9646. Morning, JR.
Morning, guys. I was telling you, I can't believe Kurt didn't catch any heat. Good phone call. Listener of the month there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I figured somebody'd be telling them to drink some bleach.
Well, there was that.
There was that, but there also was like 30% support, which is basically record-setting in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. JR, what are some news and notes before you are asked asinine questions that oftentimes involve Jefferson County?
News and notes. Yeah, we got some notes yesterday. You know, the training camp, they kind of put prospects with players who are going to be on the NHL roster, so you can't read too much into the lines. But yesterday, you could. And yesterday, they had Dylan Holloway, Pius Suter, and Jordan Kyrou together on a line. So you kind of look at that as, could that be the second line? So I asked Jim Montgomery afterwards, and he said, well, we know what Braden Shen can do with those guys. Right now we're taking a look at Pius Suter. So, you know, I think whoever starts in the middle on that second line on opening night, you know, it could change throughout the year with Suter and Shen flip-flopping.
Pius Suter sounds an awful lot like Bruce Suter, the old Cardinal
and that's
reliever.
the way I'm telling myself to remember how to say it, Bruce Suter.
Anything that stood out to you as far as what took place over the weekend? How do you view preseason games and any knowledge you can get from that?
Yeah, I don't watch them, so that's what what I think about. No, I took a peek, and I think that you saw some good things from some of the young guys, which you'd expect, and you know, you look at guys like Lucic. He's a guy you probably zero in on because you want to see how he can play against the other team. And you know, by the way, he went out yesterday. That's another news and nugget. Went out with a groin tweak, Jim Montgomery said, so he's 50-50 to be at practice today. But I don't know. Like, I'm just being honest with you. Like, you know, Lucic, they say he's best shape that he's been in a couple years. You know, I hope so, because if you're 37 trying to make the team and get back in the NHL, you're going to have to be. But I know it's preseason. I don't want to read too much into it, but I think he's got a lot to do, you know, to make the team.
And when you're 37, it seems like there's always some kind of nagging injury there.
That's the thing. Is that the first of three more? And, you know, when does the groin go away if he tweaks it now? So I just think that the way Joseph is playing in camp, he's under contract. You know, Texier looks decent at times. That can you really carry Lucic?
JR, I thought Suter was a replacement for Foxa, but it feels like Suter maybe has a little higher upside in terms of offense.
Yeah, he does. And you know, you look at last year, he scored 20-plus goals, and I talked to him in the summer, and he said he thinks he can do it again, Marty. I think that he's going to find himself in that middle six center spot. Now, if Braden Shen can click, this is a key. I think this is the biggest story, one of the biggest storylines going into the season, is if Shen can be productive with Kyrou and Holloway again, that really sets up well, because then you can have Suter as your third line center with the Neighbors or whomever. But definitely, yeah. And then do you have a Bukestad as your fourth line center? He's the Foxa replacement. But yeah, they have higher expectations of Suter than they did for a guy like Foxa.
Did I hear Doug Armstrong correctly yesterday when he said Braden Shen looked about as good as anybody in training camp so far?
Did he say that?
Yeah.
I didn't catch that. But, you know, I think he's played well. And I think that, you know, last year he did bounce back. I feel like that production with the wingers that he had was what they expect. And, you know, with a guy like Shen, who's always going to give it his all, and he's got some skill, he's obviously got some toughness. He didn't have some great wingers. Like, you're going back to Jordan Kyrou from 2 or 3 years ago when he was a minus 38. So you put some guys who are playing well defensively and finishing plays, and I think it makes Shen better.
All right, JR, we've got questions coming in, and they are fast and they are furious.
Read them slow, though, because I didn't bring my notebook.
Oh, yeah, you didn't bring a notebook this week. Here we go. 314-399-9646. Also, take a look in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat for those of you who are in the YouTube chat as well. A serious question for JR. Is it time to be concerned that Dalibor Dvorsky may not be the top 10 player and second-line center that we hoped? I have the prospect rankings as follows. Doug, you like the prospect rankings?
Whose rankings are they?
Harrison's brother, Master.
Oh,
I thought he was banned.
He is banned, and he's facing a 100% tariff.
What publication does he write for?
His own.
The master list.
Juracek, who I heard Joey Vitale and Kerber raving about from the Sunday game in Columbus. Carbonneau, Sternberg, and Dvorsky. Those are his rankings. JR, do you have a problem with the rankings, and what do you think of Dvorsky and his concerns?
No, I don't think so. The thing is this. Once you start to hear a Blues prospect's name, which we did a couple years ago with Dvorsky, you start to the clock, and it's like, okay, when's this guy going to get here? And once it gets to 2 years, people start to wonder and scratch their head. But he's still 19 years old, and he had a great year in the American Hockey League last year. He's got a outside chance to make the team this year, and if he doesn't make it, he could be up, during the season. The thing with Dvorsky is the skating, is the foot speed, is the pace. Can he keep up? And I think he's still got to prove that. So until we see that, I think people are going to have some questions about him. But Juracek looks great. I had the athletics prospect guru tell me that he thinks Juracek is almost NHL ready, and that's just amazing. You're talking about a guy,
19-year-old
19,
defenseman?
yes.
Yeah.
He was a 16th overall pick last year. So if he can even be close to NHL ready soon, which he looks great in camp, that's a real good pickup. And the last one, I think Stenberg, he's really shown a lot in this camp. He had 3 first-round draft picks a few years ago, and he was the guy who probably unheralded the most, but he's really stepped up and played well. And, he came up as a center, but they got him playing on the wing and looked real good at the prospect camp, and he's looked real good in main camp.
Juracek is listed as 6'2", 167. That's not a very big
he's
guy.
listed as that. You're right. But this guy, just like me, about 20 years ago, he gained 25 pounds in 1 year. And so he's up to...
you put on 25 in 12 months?
That was probably a good year. So, but yeah, Juracek definitely needed to put on the weight, and he did do that, and looks good as a result.
Hey, Shagger, you're the reporter to hit the buffet.
I love my Rick Smith. I wish everybody knew Rick so that they could see how
they called him Shag at Rams Park. Shag. JR was Shaggy, right?
Yep,
Were you not Shaggy?
And I think R.B. Falstrom started that, but then Rick picked up on it. But I had a little bitty, you're 22 years old, you got a little bitty hair coming out of your chin, and they thought I looked like
they call him Shaggy.
JR, if you were a Jeffco Cougar, who do you think is the sexiest TMA personality? And also, who on the Blues has the best mullet in training camp? That's from your mom's lesbian lover.
The best mullet. First of all, can we include Mark Hanna in the best looking?
For heaven's sake.
He is hot.
He's not on the team.
He has a wonderful beard and a seductive voice, Doug. And he's a Melville Panther.
He just walks in the dark room with that voice, and I think he's in. So I'm going to go with Mark, even though he's not technically
he's a sponsor of the
show. He's a sponsor of the segment, so we'll give it to him. But if I were a Jeffco Cougar and I were headed up to one of the fine establishments, I would probably have my eye on Jackson.
Wow. Jackson wasn't even listening. How about that?
Jackson calls hockey segments vacation time.
He's looking for drops, right?
That's where I take a little trip in my own mind.
Tending to other things.
But glad to have you here,
Yeah, hey, come on out. Hey, me, you, Marshy, out in Jeffco this weekend.
Oh, Jackson.
Doing what? Just like walking around? Just seeing what the word is?
Seeing what the
Let's hanging out? I like it. I like
where
the sound
is
of
the
it.
epicenter of Jeffco?
That's a nice question.
Yeah.
Epicenter.
The Arnold Tower.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
But that's on the northern fringe. What goes on south of the water tower? Is there anything? There's something out there.
No, you don't know the rule in Jeffco, and Kurt probably knows this too.
No.
Kurt with a K, you trust him. That you don't go one exit past where you live. So if you're at Imperial, you don't go to Barnhart. If you're
because everything else is north.
Everything else is like those are Hoosiers. That's further south. That's
really that is the rule. How about that?
A bunch of snobs.
Yeah. Who knew this was going on?
You ever get to Kimswick at the Strawberry Festival?
Oh yeah.
I got dragged to that place once.
Is that where the Blue Owl is? Is that the Blue Owl?
Yes. And that's good.
Yeah, that festival is packed.
It's always packed, I know.
JR, I know it's early, but who is a former or current NHL player that might be a good comp for Justin Carbonneau and his skill set? Second question, if you had to choose a strapping, mustachioed former Blues tough guy to share a hot tub with, would it be Harold Sneps or Steve Durbano?
Steve Durbano.
I'll go with Sneps because Durbano, that was the guy that mooned the crowd at Madison Square Garden. Yeah, he acted like he's pulling down his hockey pants to the crowd. Carbonneau, yeah, early, but gosh, I feel like we could start out with a guy like Backus just because he's a guy who's going to be that power forward, drive to the net. But I think there's a lot of skill there with Carbonneau. So locally, I will go with Backus for now.
Tim's offshore bookie writing in. It depends on what you're looking for, Doug. If you want to do drugs, go to High Ridge. If you're just looking to chill, go to Festus. If you want a good time, go to Arnold.
Is that it?
That's the breakdown.
Okay.
Wow.
Hey, Kurt said it's not far off. The chairman said that's good.
Is that on the pamphlet?
This one comes from inside the Blues locker room. Daddy Padre writing, I think Alex reminds me of Carbonneau.
Alex? Alex who?
What? Am I missing something here?
Alex reminds me of Carbonneau.
I don't know.
Could it be Carbonneau reminds him of Alex Petrangelo?
Ferrario?
Alex Ferrario.
I've lost the text. They were coming in so fast. Where did Daddy Padre go? All right, I've lost. JR, will the Blues just be good? And a follow-up, am I poor if I vacation to the pear tree in Arnold?
You are definitely. Are you living there by the month?
If you are, then.
Buzz. Yeah. Are
What's
the Blues
the
going to be
pear
good?
tree? Is that a hotel?
Yeah, I've never heard of the
That's a hotel, but I drove by it the other day, and I think they were pulling the beds out of that place. So I don't know.
Oh, no, we
if
better get in there quickly.
That's kind of Buzz's thing. He has a mattress on the floor. Doesn't need a proper
It's a bad
frame.
sign when you drive up the outer road and you see like 27 beds leaned up against the hotel.
They're replacing them, hopefully.
Let's see what I got.
Kind of hazmat suit fumigating.
This one is from the Sun Launcher. It just says Steiner with a question mark.
Yeah, I think that's who he was talking about, probably. Carbonneau.
Let's see what we got. Which member of the Blues? Nope. What do you think on Snipes' goal total this year, JR? Also, don't want to come off as mean, but it's the last pool weekend down at my place. Can you come up and sit next to me so I look skinny? That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
Thanks a lot.
That's a TMA Listener of the Year doing that.
Ouch. Yeah, I don't do pools in September. Sorry, Steven. I don't go to Wildwood. So then what do we have on the other one?
Snipes' goal.
Yeah, Snipes' goal total.
Yeah. Martin's pen blew up on me, so I don't know. Yeah, just complete. Try to write down Snipes' goal total, and this thing just blows up.
Martin's tending to it. He's bringing another pen over to JR.
Look at this thing. I'm going 25 for Jimmy Snipes.
25?
Really?
I think we set the over under 21 and a half, I think, on the program.
That'd be a really good rookie year, though.
That'd be great.
Take that.
Yeah. And hey, the main reason I'm doing that is, well, A, he's got the skill, but B, you're playing with Robert Thomas, and I think Thomas is going to get to 100 points this year.
What would be the over-under on Kyrou goals?
How about I set it at 38?
Huh. Okay, that'd be another
40-goal score. What will Harrison's brother Master do if he's a 40? I truly hate TMA listeners. Why do you ask weird questions like this, you idiots? That's from Choke Artist 1.6, Doug.
Okay.
That is a name that was created following the unfortunate incident in April in Manitoba. Right.
Yeah, I'll give you the answer to that. I get more feedback about two-part questions than I do about being a good dad, about writing at The Athletic, about anything I've ever done. This is the biggest.
And when you say two-part, I hear Clave saying 2 pound. I can't help it. The 2-part reminds me of the 2 pound.
2-pound carrot cake.
Look at Jackie Papers.
Look at that.
It's
Look
locked
at Jackie
in.
Papers.
Because he wasn't paying attention.
JR, can Holloway net 40? That's from the 636.
Holloway? Ooh. Ouch, that's a tough
big number.
Yeah, that's a big one. He got close to 30 last year, missed the last few games.
Yeah.
I'm going to say no, not this year, 35 max.
35. Let's see. Hey, Choke Artist 1.6. That's because TMA listeners aren't prude garage dwellers? I've never heard the term garage dweller.
Does that mean like people who hang out in their garage?
Watch the game in the garage.
Maybe you don't have a basement, so you got to live in the garage.
Is it a big thing in the Kirkwood in Jeffco?
I'm surrounded by carports.
Well, I have a carport.
There it is.
There you go. No, there's a lot of driveway drinking in Jeffco.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah. There's a fire pit in the driveway. You got 6 camping chairs circled around it. You drive up the street, and on any given Saturday, there's going to be 6 driveway drinking situations.
Is that right? That sounds good to me, actually.
Sounds like a Halloween thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of what they do in my neighborhood, but generally during the week, everyone doesn't sit out there and booze it up.
Typically working.
Hey, choke artist, choke on a wood chipper. That's from the Veiled Prophet. He's not happy. We say Thomas is going to get 100 points every year. He's not that guy. And don't say he got hurt last year. He's ranked as the 49th best player in the league. That's some Sharon's Ledoux pool boy.
Yeah, but he's ranked by Harrison, right? And
that's right. He has
different
power
rankings. Yeah, different rankings.
Let's see. Better next 3 years, Bolduc or Logan? That is from the 314.
You can't judge that. That's a forward and a D guy.
Yeah.
So Bolduc might score 30 goals, and I think he's going to be good. I think he's really going to be good, and he's going to be in the top 6 for the Montreal Canadiens before too soon. But I like what I've seen in Mayu, and he's in that third pair right now. He's going to get some games this year, and who knows? Falk's got, 2 years left on the contract. Mayu could climb the charts, and I'm not saying he's going to be a top pair guy and eventually be Parayko's replacement, but I think he's going to be at least a good top 4 guy.
JR, my grandma loves the Applebee's in Arnold. Want to meet there for lunch with us today? That's from Katie Woo's burner.
I do not have time to meet at the Applebee's today.
Oh, wow.
What if it's Chili's?
A few things going on. Chili's, I do have time to meet at Chili's.
Oh, see?
Choke artist wears Hey Dudes exclusively. That's from Al in Dadeville, and he's not happy with Choke artist 1.6. Hey Dudes, Doug, you like Hey Dudes?
Well, I don't know what it is, really.
Jackson?
They're kind of a mix of a slipper and a sneaker. It's kind of a slipper at the top, but it has a sneaker bottom. And
is it open in the back?
No, it's a closed toe.
Well, that's the back.
It looks like a sneaker, but it has the feel of slipper, I believe.
Tim, I said open in the back, and then he said closed toe. I was trying to picture if it was Croc-esque, where you just slide your foot in. Which
Skechers.
Skechers, like the sneaker?
Yes.
I would say it's closer to a Sketcher than a Croc. Well, Skechers is a brand.
All right, I'll look it up.
What do you mean? I just explained it in full.
Oh, we got a picture over here. Chairman's got a picture.
I forgot Chairman's in the studio. He's on the ground.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
And that's what Choke Artist 1.6 wears. He wears Hey Dudes exclusive.
That's exactly what I described.
Jackson, shorts, no socks, and Hey Dudes. Yay or nay?
Not my look, but
you don't kink shame.
Who am I to judge? Whatever blows your hair back.
Look at this guy.
Or in some cases, lack thereof.
JR, do we see Snuggie becoming a prominent player? And when do we see a Snuggie night? That's from the 314.
Yeah,
remember
Snuggie? Probably gave the Blues an idea there. Yeah. I think we're going to see a really good player. When you look at these young guys, it is so difficult. But he's not 18 or 19. He's 21 going to 22. He's played a couple years in some high-level games, and he looks the part, and that's the biggest thing. And the shot translates to the NHL. His shot translates. And so, you try not to get in front of this thing, but I do think that Jimmy Snuggerud is going to be a guy that in 10, 12 years, he's going to be that guy.
In the NHL, usually players... the good players are going to be there by 22.
Yeah. And when I say in 10 or 12 years, he's going to be that guy, it's not going to take that long. It's just in 12 years, you're going to look back and say, this is a guy who turned into who we thought he was.
But 22 isn't necessarily really young for a solid player in the NHL.
Right.
JR with us here. Brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreen-ws.com. That's Mark Hanna's website, evergreen-ws.com. The number is 314-889-0503. He is the 9 o'clock hour sponsor every day. And when JR is in on Wednesdays, he sponsors Jeremy Rutherford, a wonderful person, but also a great financial advisor. Multiple members of the TMA Dais and TMA audience working with Mark Hanna. Get yourself a financial advisor, and I would recommend talking it over with Mark Hanna. You'll feel better about your financial situation and the world in general once you talk with him. 314-889-0503. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Hey Dudes are the official shoe of dads who threw life in neutral after the age of 30 and treat a night out at Texas Roadhouse like it's a night out at Wright's Tavern. They play well in the territories. Anyways, JR, is Nelson Emerson making his team or not? That's Alan Dadeville.
What about Nelly?
I saw Nelly last year. I think he's with the Kings. He came in and went out to dinner with Chaser, of course. Everybody goes out to dinner. Nelly, I don't think he could make this team.
How old is he now?
He's 53.
Is he? Gotta get in shape.
Jackson just gave a text of the day. That's all it took.
It earned it.
And I did think of a place in Jeffcoat, Reds.
What is that?
I think it's a bar where you're probably still smoking there.
That's the epicenter.
Oh, then that might be the place to go.
Reds. That's the epicenter. I like it.
Oh, it's right down off of 67, kind of down by Kimswick.
Okay.
Can
Well,
people
I've
let
never
us
been
know
there.
if you can smoke in Reds? There's got to be some.
We'll take some phone calls. Any advice for taking a 6-year-old to opening night? That's from the 618.
Yeah, you know what? Get there early. I don't know where the seats are. I think one of the coolest things that I know the kids do is go down by the entrance where the players come on. I mean, they're bumping fists. It's the thrill of a lifetime. Also, make sure you find your way up to level 3. Last year, they had the pulled pork mac and cheese with the red hot riplets on it, and I made it number 10 on my list of things, that the Blues Power Rankings. And so yesterday they had that luncheon down there, and the people from the farm truck were there, and she said, "Oh yeah, I love that ranking." So they've had some people come up to level 300.
Look, you're moving product.
Yeah, so I mean, you've been doing the sponsor thing for a while, so trying to move.
If that was
product.
10, what was number 1?
Good question.
I'll have to go back and look at that one.
Oh, okay.
You want the show to be number 1? We could throw that in there.
Oh, look at that.
Sure.
We're number 1. Jeremy Rutherford, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Always enjoy the conversation, JR. What is on the itinerary for today? You're doing the Last Minute Blues podcast?
Yep, Last Minute Blues podcast, and then we're going to get to practice and probably write a piece today, and that's about it. Doug, I'll make the show number 1 if you can tell me what year Motley Crue put out Shout at the Devil.
Oh, I wouldn't have any idea.
What do you think, JR? You think 83 or 84?
That's my guess.
I'll say 83 or 84.
All right.
Gotta get him.
Tim says that gives you 3 years.
83.
Yes. Look at this. Yes, Doug. The show is number 1.
September 26th, 1983.
Oh,
so
right
coming
before
up.
my 7th birthday. I wonder if they did that on purpose. JR, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thanks, boys.
There he is. That's Jeremy Rutherford. His Wednesday 9 o'clock hour appearance brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503. Hey, guys, how do you get a texting nickname? Great question. New listeners are wondering how they, too, can get a nickname. Jackson, you want to tell them?
Starting on October 1st through the first week of the month, you can text in your request for your name, and I will save it as such.
So it starts on Wednesday, right?
Right. That would be.
Does it go to the following Wednesday or just?
Yeah, I'll give it to the following Wednesday.
Wow, sporting.
Yeah, start of the show Wednesday to the end of the show the next Wednesday.
And that next Wednesday, we'll be getting ready for Roll Tide coming into Columbia and the Buckeyes coming into Champaign. How do you do?
Let down to be alive.
Amen.
People are saying you can smoke in Reds, so after the show, we ought to go
there
down
we
there and
go.
have some darts.
So we're going to go to Applebee's with the one guy, and then we're going to go to Reds?
For some darts.
All right, I kind of like this plan. It's a nice afternoon for us here. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Well, Doug, you wanted it.
Not really.
Why don't we let Doug format the music one day?
Be a lot of Mills Brothers, but nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
I'll take some Bee Gees. Tim, you're out
All right.
Friday?
Do Bee Gees.
Out Friday and Monday and Tuesday.
All right, it's a big Doug
Just
Vaughn
sitting
music
in a dark
Friday.
room. I'm worried that I'm just going to start gambling just because I'm going to be like, I'm not even bringing my golf clubs.
Really?
Yeah, you're surprised by that. So is my wife.
A little bit. Although it's not like necessarily easy to just like go out and play in Vegas.
Yeah, and it's
Unless you want to like pay an absorbent amount of money.
Yeah, I would rather just watch the Ryder Cup in college football.
Right. And
What's
I don't know.
cost of
Maybe we'll
golf
go to the
out there?
Raiders-Bears game. I don't know.
That'd be cool.
Is it $200 or $300 to play a golf course in Vegas?
It's also dependent.
Shadow Creek is running at $1,200 if you're interested in that.
And they're wondering why tourism is down in Vegas?
How much do you think that win course by the Sphere is?
I feel like it's 600.
I was going to say 5 or 6.
I think it is.
God, that's
I think
insane.
And it's still packed full of people?
I don't know. on
Must
the win
be if
one.
they're
I think
charging that, they
Shadow
must-
Creek is. That one.
One of my buddies was out there and he played Shadow Creek a few weeks ago, and he said it's not available to the public. If they're
Really?
going to get you on there, you got to be spending $100K when you're out there. And by spending, that means
losing.
Tim, by the way, if you're gonna go all that way just to sit in a dark room, can I help you out here? Just go to that Pear Tree Inn. Where was that? In Arnold or whatever? Just save all that
but
money.
they moved all the beds out. Yeah, I said they're
All right, you won't have a bed. You won't have a bed, but we can get you a dark room.
Yeah.
Well, we may not have Wi-Fi, so that's.
Ooh, I need that Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
Doug,
all
I'll
right,
have an
never mind.
iPad, 2 laptops, and the hotel television in front of me.
Security
Sam
guard.
Ace Rothstein. That's what I'm going to look like.
It's like Matthew Broderick in War Games.
And if I can get in a spot where I can place the wagers without leaving the hotel room,
I think you will be able to.
I'm just going to leave the room for dinner.
You
I
sure you're
worry
in
that I'm going to
Vegas?
go down and play poker, and then the next thing I know, I'm going to get distracted, and then I'll be trying to watch the Ryder Cup on my phone while I'm doing it, and the next thing I know, Doug, I'm playing, what would you say, King 10 offsuit,
I don't know
and
what
I've
you're
opened up
playing.
my range too much, and I'm raising an early position with it, and the next thing I know, we got problems on it. I can't do it, so I'll stay in the hotel room in my robe with a snifter.
Are you going to bring the robe, or will they provide that?
I think when you got a guy who plays 1-3 no limit, you take care of him.
Yeah, you make sure you give him that robe.
Will you have some slippers?
What else would I wear?
Hey, dudes.
I've got slippers with lifts.
Have you to make you look taller in the bedroom?
Because even in the privacy of your own home, you couldn't possibly.
I need to be 5'5".
Yeah. You haven't been barefoot in years.
Each week, the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show battle it out in the Pick'em Challenge. I think the Fast Lane is in command early on
I
this
saw
thing.
Brandon Kiley getting shot in the ass yesterday. So
Fast Lane is competing well, but sometimes they come together just to hang out and watch some football. You can join Jamie Rivers and Rizzuto from the Riz Show this Thursday from 6:30 to 8:30 at the Hot Shots on Lindbergh in South County. Come watch the Thursday night football game. Get signed up for some point and 101 ESPN giveaways and enjoy a cold Bud Light. That's this Thursday, 6:30 to 8:30 with Jamie Rivers, Rizzuto, and Bud Light at the Hot Shots on Lindbergh in South County. You can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way in approximately an hour. The front page of The Athletic. Sister Jean news, Doug.
Oh.
Oh, no.
She can't get up and down anymore, right? Still with us, but not able to.
Oh, I was worried.
Having to retire.
She's retiring at the age of 106. That is the headline. Sister Jean, who we remember from Loyola Chicago's run, Porter Mosier, friend of the program, led that team to the Final Four. And I saw the headline, and I'm like, I had the same reaction.
Yeah.
But no, she's just announced that she's retiring, Doug, at 106.
Jeez. What a champion.
She must have made a lot of money to be able to retire that young.
Shut it down.
That's crazy. So when she says retiring, that she's not going to any games anymore, I assume, is what that means?
She is officially retired from her public duties. That's what it means.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember what year that was? I know Doug doesn't know the years when Loyola went to the Final Four.
Was it 18?
That's correct.
18. I was
Okay.
going to say 18. 18
Martin
seems right.
won.
Yeah. He was looking at me when he asked the question.
Did cousin Brian go to that? Was it in San Antonio, Tim? I think it was.
There was a mustached gentleman who was really good for the Ramblers
the
at
kid
the
from
time.
Chicago.
Yeah.
Yes. And he was back the next year as well.
Yeah.
What kind of shape you guys think you'll be in at 106?
I think I'll be fertilizer.
Yeah, I'll be a skull.
I think that's what it'll be. Lopsided one. You'll know where I am.
God bless her, but would you want to live to 106?
If you're healthy.
To 106,
Yeah.
314-399-9646.
If you still got your mind, you'd want to. Because if you're 10 years old, you say, would you want to live to be 80? And then when you're 79, you go, of course I do.
Quality of life, of course.
Yeah. If you're in pain, that's one thing. But if you're somewhat healthy and have your mind, your wits about you, sure.
I was reading, within the last week or so, that people born in 2025, the percentage of probability of living to 100 is something like 50 to 60%.
Yeah,
now.
I saw that. Yeah.
You saw that too? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to tell you, that kind of strikes me as obvious because we're talking about 100 years from now. So let's go back to 1925. I'm going to crowdsource something that I know no one has the answer to, but what was the life expectancy for someone born in 1925 or for somebody who was 40-year-old in 1925?
Probably 70, 65.
You think that high?
70?
No. I'm seeing 58 for men, 59 for
Born
women.
in 1925.
Right.
Yeah.
So therefore, it's increased by, I don't know what the number would be if you're looking at the U.S., but at a minimum, 33% and probably closer to 50%. So if you're doing the math, then that's just logical. And also, I would imagine that the medicine and the technology is growing exponentially. So I actually thought the 50 to 67% range was low for kids born in 2025 to reach 100. It strikes me as kind of obvious. The question is, will Brio be housing them?
That's what this is all getting to.
One thing I'll guarantee, they'll still be smoking at Reds, okay?
Yes.
That's the guarantee I'm going to give you.
Well, if you're born in 1925, that was the World War II generation, so we lost 500,000 Americans just when they were 21, 22 years old.
Right.
So that would have lowered the life expectancy considerably.
Yeah, it's 79.4 in the U.S. as of right now.
Is that right?
79.4.
For who? A female? A male? I bet that's a female.
I would assume. In Japan, it's 85.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. How about that?
The highest would be Hong Kong, 85.77.
Wow. For females. Because men, it's usually 3 or 4 years younger than
Just getting one number here.
Okay, sorry.
No, I'm not frustrated. I'm just giving, that's what I got. This is from macrotrends.net.
I thought the last couple of years that the life expectancy was actually going down a little bit.
It did subside around 2020. I think that would coincide with the pandemic, and then rebounded in 2022 and went up.
Hey, Hochi Papers,
What's
Sister
up?
Jean, that's how it's done. Nothing in life is free, and you have to work for it, not take it and redistribute it like your spiritual mentors, Ho Chi Minh and Joe Stalin. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Somehow Sister Jean's retirement.
She banked a lot along the way.
And I'm the problem. What am I doing right now? I'm literally working right now so I can put a roof over my head.
Chairman Kurt sent me Sister Jean's number if we wanted to call her.
Phone number?
Yes.
Wow.
Send me phone
Rotary?
number.
How would you have that?
I
on your Tinder account?
No, my upper limit on there is 85. So she's just.
Have you ever seen someone in their 80s on?
No, I think every once in a while they'll show me a lass in her 60s.
Nice.
Don't you have a filter set up, though, that you pick your age range? And
Yeah.
kind of like the unfortunate height range that they have. Very tough. Very tough.
Bad beat.
The pool is shallow. So I check the box that says if you run out of people, show me people outside of this range.
Really?
Max it out?
So they'll sneak a person born in the 60s in there to me every now and then.
How many do you go through before you realize, well, I better go to this alternate pool?
I unfortunately have hit the end of St. Louis a couple times. I've finished that video game a time or two.
Ran out.
Yeah.
And would that be like more than 100 or so on this app?
Oh, yeah.
And you don't like any of them?
No, I like some of them.
But they got to respond back or it's worthless.
Therein lies the problem.
Okay.
And the rub.
Bachelor Baseball, didn't he have a window for his opening day?
No, yeah, he
tickets?
did.
We tried to
about
help.
that guy.
25 to 75.
Like out of 100, how many would you find a possibility that you might enjoy?
During the break, we'll do some swiping and see what the percentage is.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing what's doing.
Yeah, we can do that.
What's doing?
I really would. I'm kind of curious.
Clearing the deck?
Because, just kind of like my... there's like 20 people in my age range, and they all just kind of like sleep with each other.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
So I'm curious what's doing.
And I let my location change, like on the weekends when I go to
So you
Columbia.
represent Huntley?
What's that?
You represent Huntley?
South City. I stick to my roots.
God bless. 63109.
But like I allow the location to change when I do my little Columbia road trips, and I find more relative success getting out of St. Louis than when I stay in, even in a town like Columbia.
Huh. Just because you're seeing different faces?
It's probably something to that.
Do you say must be a TMA Lemming? Is that a deal breaker if they're not?
They got to like Tim.
No.
Thank you.
That's why you carry a cardboard cutout.
One of my
with you.
my main profile
Maybe
pictures.
that's the problem. Maybe that's why you're not connecting with someone.
Well, if they don't like Tim, I don't want anything to do with him.
That's the right thing, Martin. That was a high note strike right
Go to
there.
the audiologist on my way here. Skipping on board and going straight to the ear doctor.
Is this Lexington Steel?
Yeah, that's another
How
question.
about give me some Frank drops. What do you got?
You're gonna give me a second.
I'll give you some.
Now Harrison's brother Masters.
By the way, Tim, cousin Nick, loyal listener of the show in Minnesota. Big hockey people up there, if you're aware. He's big on Snuggerud, and he knows the family.
The Snipes family.
Yes, and he said they're unbelievably humble. He said, I saw the mom the other day, and she keeps saying, well, if he makes the team.
God bless.
And I said, Cousin Nick, he's on the first line. You might want to break it to Mom.
The hockey people, they're the best. They really are. Yeah, if he makes the team. I think that's how he answers questions, too.
If he makes the team.
I can't wait to watch him play. I'm looking forward to that. Let's see what we got here. 314-399-9646. Friends are texting in aggressively here about Chairman's dating apps. You can also email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. That's coming up in approximately an hour. Jackson, have I bought you time?
Oh, yeah, we had a Frank Fest.
Yeah,
Frank
Fest.
Yeah, you want Frank Fest?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Quit sending us naked video of males, okay? I want to make love and leave you quivering. It matters. It matters. Frank, would you say this statement is accurate? Doug Vaughn, Big Ego, Small Johnson. I cannot confirm or deny. Gosh, that's sick. I'm thinking of Rennie right now.
I don't know. It's pretty randy.
Come here, big fella. Frank, do you like chocolate bunnies?
Is there possibly context?
I couldn't begin to tell you. Sometimes Frank would read texts that were meant for TMA, and he would be halfway through, and he couldn't hit eject, so he just had to finish the job.
You can tell because the voice gets a little more
And as soon as that would happen, we would swoop that up.
Doug, this show, it infects other shows. We're witnessing it happening right now to Gabe DeArmond. He's going to be breaking down Missouri, Alabama at about 3 o'clock on October 11th, and there'll be guys demanding that he takes his shirt off. God only knows what the voicemails are going to look like. And that man's a serious journalist is what he is.
He just wanted to do a little straightforward meat and potatoes college football show, and we've destroyed it.
That's
for him.
correct.
Somebody tried to get him to agree that if they happen to lose to UMass, he had to do the post-game show topless. He wouldn't budge, but he's trying to get Cody to do it. Should
Cody
they
will
lose
be
to the
topless.
Minutemen?
It seems like he would do it.
Yeah, I kind of get the sense Cody's sporting. Doug, the number is 44.5 for Saturday's affair with the Minutemen.
I saw that.
And I got to be honest with you, seeing that Iowa and their high-powered offense put up 47. You're agreeing with me, Chairman. I'm kind of like, I might have a fiduciary responsibility to put some money on Missouri.
Yeah, I think they're going to win because of Ahmad Hardy currently having 600 yards, which is almost twice the amount as the second leading rusher in the SEC. I think they want to continue to get him.
You think so? Or do you think they're going to keep him healthy? God, if he got injured in that game.
I know, yeah.
Especially if you're ahead 40-0 and he's still in there.
Right. I don't think you would see it in that case. But like that first half, it might just be feed Ahmad Hardy, maybe 15 to 20 carries.
Yeah.
And then if he gets another 150 or 200 yards, then you pull him.
How about this slap-ass stat? Bo Prabula is plus 3,000 to win the Heisman. Ahmad Hardy plus 6,000.
Really? It was
This is
65.
This is no disrespect to Bo Prabula so much as Ahmad Hardy is.
Well, has a better
those.
Better
yes,
case.
exactly. That's what.
But that's got to be because of the QB thing.
And that's what Drinkwitz said yesterday, that all they talk about is the top 10 quarterbacks. Like the Heisman vote is always a quarterback-driven conversation.
We actually have that audio papers. You got it at the top of the Fun with Audio. Take a listen.
Sure do.
I haven't really seen much other than Mizzou people and the national people are still all caught up on 10 quarterbacks. So when they start actually looking into who are the best players instead of just the quarterback stats, because right now, national writers, no offense to y'all, they just look at stats. They're not actually watching enough games to know. But, we got a lot of football left. I don't think anybody's won the Heisman in September. So once you get into October and November and there's sustained excellence, we'll figure out who the best player in college football is. Right now, it's like the polls. The polls and the whatever are just for clicks and podcasts. So.
Oh, gosh, someone took a big hit.
Do you know who the Heisman favorite was 24 hours ago?
Yeah, the Oklahoma quarterback.
That's
who
correct.
is, how
Is
about
now
that?
out for a month.
Intrigue. Hashtag
That is
intrigue.
substantial. John Mateer, transfer from Washington State. Now he has to have a procedure on his hand. So they said he is going to miss a minimum of 3 weeks. I'll be curious to see if he is back in time for their game against Texas. Doug, you used to call it the Red River Shootout. That is now offensive, so I'd like you to call it the Red River Rivalry and maybe post a Twitter apology. So now, who do you think the Heisman Trophy favorite is? I'm going to give you 5 guesses and feel confident that you will not get it. I should get 3.5 to 1 odds on this, though.
6 to 5.
Can we have initials, please?
You're giving me 6 to 5. Nice.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to fire any bets at the pot before I give it?
Is the Texas Tech quarterback
No.
in the... Wow, I know he has the numbers.
I feel like Texas Tech is flying way under the radar for how good they are and how favorable their schedule is.
So favorable.
Yeah.
Like Kansas, I think, is the best team they have left on their schedule.
I think Rock Chalk might be good, but nonetheless, I agree with you.
How about Sawyer Robertson?
No.
This team's too bad.
Is Rocco Becht on that at all, the Iowa State quarterback?
He's listed, but he's way down there.
I have a dark horse, but I don't know if I have the number 1.
I would like initials, please.
Well, Jackson's going to name a dark horse.
Jade Mayava of USC.
No, I'm sorry. Got 2 more guesses.
He's who
before
I would
initials.
put my money on right now.
Okay.
Robert Henry Jr.
No. Chairman Kurt's going to fire the last bullet.
Dante Moore.
No, that's a good guess.
Initials, please.
The initials I will be giving you FM.
Oh, yeah.
Frankie
Fernando
Miller?
Mendoza. Wow.
Yeah.
After he lit up the ILL.
Plus 650.
2 incompletions and 5 touchdowns.
Yeah,
I guess the top 10 team.
However, this kind of gets into what Drinkwitz is saying there. If you're just glancing at box scores and you're not able to watch games, and I understand I can't chastise people. I mean, my God, how many games are there every Saturday? It's important, and I'm sure some Illinois fans might not want to hear this, or maybe they do want people to be talking about it. The injuries to their secondary. I mean, he was throwing against guys who never were expected to be playing. So if you lost all of Missouri's secondary, maybe with Missouri you wouldn't notice a difference. But most places you would notice a difference, and that was one of the reasons why. Now, that's not to downplay how good Mendoza is, but I'm anxious to see how things go on Saturday when they go to Kinnick Stadium. Doug, 2:30 start.
And his backup is Alberto Mendoza.
What are the chances?
Yeah.
He's not listed as a Heisman favorite.
No.
But Prbula's plus 3,000 and Ahmad Hardy plus 6,000. I was talking to my dad the other day because you guys have a good time in Columbia. I said, yeah, I think Jameson, my older son, caught the bug. He loved it. And he goes, buddy, I love watching that Ahmad Hardy. And I go, oh, my God, my dad's rattling off Missouri running back name. He's a Notre Dame guy. He goes, that guy is tough to bring down, buddy. I go, look at this. Tim Sr. fired up for the Gers.
You were proud of him, weren't you?
I was surprised. Yeah.
And when you say Jameson caught the bug, the drinking at tailgates.
That's exactly right. They hated the tailgates, Martin.
Hated the
tailgates.
I saw Franco on Sunday. He goes, Marty, Ahmad Hardy, what do you think? Earl Campbell? And I'm like, Earl Campbell. Maybe not quite as stocky as Earl Campbell, but something there.
Let me tell you, if we're having this conversation at this point next month in a couple days, about Ahmad Hardy, then it really might be live. What's the best of Missouri players? Is it Chase Daniel, the best Missouri player? Is there somebody I'm missing in a Heisman vote?
Oh, it'd have to be Chase Daniel.
I think so.
And he finished 4th that year.
Yeah, he at least made the trip to New York.
Right.
I don't recall anyone else doing
Tebow, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Tebow won that year?
Yeah, that'd been
Colt Brennan finished 3rd, Doug?
I don't know who finished 3rd. I just don't. Gotta do show prep.
Well, it was Bradford and Tebow won those 7.
So Tebow, Bradford, Brennan, Daniel.
Yeah. Oh, wait, Bradford, yeah.
And then Toby Gerhart was a finalist in 2009. Am I right on that?
But that was the Ingram year, right? Yeah. Yeah, Stanford's Toby Gerhart. He only lost by 28 points.
And who won?
Mark Ingram.
Kelly Bryant.
Gerhart never did much in the NFL.
He's on the. Doesn't mean he's not on Big Noon. I got you, Martin.
Who?
Thank you. 11 a.m. kickoff from Champaign. You guys, Saturday morning, get up.
Yep.
Get up and watch Saturday. The 2 Fox has. I actually wanted them to beat Indiana so that we could have kind of fun with
Agreed.
it all. Kind of like hype the week.
Yes.
Hey, the game's on Fox.
Sucks.
Maybe rattle off. We were looking for Kerry Davis and some of his who are the alumni around. I think Neil Racker's the great kicker. we're going to make it like ILL week. And I'm like, ooh, after that game, can't really break out the pom-poms.
Yeah.
Let's get back on track, fellas. Let's get that U.S. Let's go 1-0 this week.
They're getting 6.5 at home against, I don't know, because USC is going to put up some points. My guess is Illinois is going to put up some points. The issue is how healthy will Illinois be with that USC offense.
You got to be sleepwalking if you're USC, don't you? I mean, it's
9 o'clock start,
it's
Pacific.
their time, 9. I know we get there a day early to adjust. It's still 9 a.m. starting. That means when you're out there stretching, your body clock is 7 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Come to Fayetteville this weekend to watch the Irish take their measure. Doug, be my piggy. That's from the Table Rock Lake Monster.
I'm not sure what it means.
Notre Dame and Arkansas, 11 o'clock kickoff in Fayetteville.
I knew that part.
How will Woo Pig Suey respond? Notre Dame giving 4.5 to Woo Pig Suey.
Notre Dame will kill
I
Arkansas.
think they need to get right. Notre Dame they got to roll.
Notre Dame can't play defense, unfortunately.
I don't know. That's what I was saying. I was going through all these games for the spread zone, and I'm like, I don't know what to pick because I can make an argument that I don't think Arkansas is that bad, and Talon Green can play.
He's outstanding.
And Arkansas is 2 plays from being 4-0 and like number 15 in the country. I can't ignore that. The other side of it is Notre Dame's 2 plays from being 3 or 4-0, and hell, probably like number 3 in the country. You know what I mean? And they did it against like the one team that you can kind of go through and go, okay, I think Miami is legitimate because Miami has beaten Notre Dame, and then they also beat up on USF, who got waxed. They beat Florida and Gainesville. I don't know. I'm still not sure who the best team in college football is. We'll have a little bit more information after this weekend.
Papers, can I ask for one more drink? I wanted to hear the clarification on the kicking. Do we have time?
Oh, yeah. Can we break and play that? Because I think that's a good topic.
I agree.
Because I'm interested in this.
Because you brought it up. Being at the game, I didn't hear it, but you guys were bringing that up, and we asked Gabe, and he said I didn't have the broadcast, so he actually explained it. This was quite a little situation. We'll have that for you next. TMA 101 ESPN. Warson Woods-Wacko, who is our Missouri insider next to Gabe, says it's homecoming and they're off next week, but they bet they don't cover. Take Paul Revere getting the points, Doug. So he's on UMass in the 44.5.
I don't know. I wouldn't. UMass is horrible, horrendous.
But I say if they pound the rock a lot on the ground, then the clock's just running, so there's not as many scoring opportunities.
That's right.
I think I'd stay away.
But they
from that.
pounded the rock against Louisiana, too, and ran that up in the first half.
It's a big number, though.
Mizzou has to find a balance between wanting to run up the score, maybe to move up in the rankings, getting the numbers for Prapula and Hardy, if they really think they're Heisman contenders, and not playing them so much that they get hurt.
Yeah, it's a unique dynamic to have 3 rando games in your first 5, and then they will have none the rest of the way after they play the Minutemen. So this situation is something, Martin, I think you were the one who brought it up, but I don't want to attribute if I'm incorrect, that on the broadcast they were saying that if it was a kick that was beyond the 20-yard line, Bobby Boots, Robbie Meyer, the true freshman who had struggled, was not going to kick it. They were going to go with the transfer from, from JUCO in Northeast Oklahoma.
Right.
And so we asked Gabe about that. He said, I'm not listening to the broadcast when I'm at the game. They did ask Drinkwitz about it yesterday. Here is what he had to say.
The kicking situation, I know you had said a few weeks ago, you have the confidence in Robbie from about 52. So on the ESPN...
I didn't say confidence. I said he could kick it from 52. Confidence and can are two different things. But go ahead.
So on the ESPN broadcast, they had said that you told them...
I did.
On kicks from 38 and longer, that would be Oliver. Is that accurate, and why?
Yeah. So during the week of practice, Robbie was struggling from outside of the 20, and Oliver was doing really good. And we do a kicking segment every Tuesday with our group in front of everybody to try to simulate pressure. And let's just say Rob didn't have a great week in that simulated pressure, and Oliver did. So going into the game, the plan was, and they knew the plan, that anything inside the 20 was going to be Robbie, and anything outside the 20 was going to be Oliver. And then we got to the last kick, and we just felt like the first kick of a young man's career cannot be basically for the game-sealing kick. And so I don't even know if Robbie knew it was the fourth quarter. So we just ran him out there, and he kicked it. So I'm still not sure he knew what he was doing, but went in. So that was good.
He didn't even know if it was the fourth quarter.
So they didn't want to be. It wasn't necessarily a boost for Bobby Boots' confidence. It was not wanting to be unfair to Oliver, who was on the Brady Bunch and then had a great week of practice.
Yeah, and had a bowl cut. So that was, I have to tell you, I appreciate Drinkwitz's transparency there. I mean, that was, and what about the beginning, or whoever was asking the question said, you said a few weeks ago you had confidence, and he goes, no, I said he could get it. There's a difference there's a difference between confidence and could. And then the detail that they have the team gather around the kickers to try to simulate having pressure, and he says Robbie didn't do well. So then we decided that we were going to go with Oliver, the transfer.
No, Oliver is not the transfer. Ryder Goodwin's the transfer. Oliver, I guess, is just the third string.
Oh, is he the drop kicker?
Yes, he's the drop kicker.
Okay.
No, he's not. It's very confusing. The punter is the drop kicker.
Kickers?
The punter is the drop kicker.
So whatever. So the guy named Oliver is not the kid who came in recently.
That's
from
Ryder
Northeast
Goodwin.
Oklahoma. Okay.
Oliver, he kicked off to start the game last week. I don't know what he's done since.
I thought Ryder Goodwin was the co-host with Gabe on the postgame show.
That's Cody.
That's Cody Goodwin. Okay. So the main point, I think, is that Drinkwitz sounds exasperated, either that it's still a topic or that he's exasperated with his kicking situation, or that ESPN put it out there and he's like, all right, fine. You want to know, here's the whole story. Do you think there's...
Yeah, I don't know on that.
He seems a little annoyed with the topic, and is he mad that now I've got to explain to everybody what I told ESPN?
I didn't take it that way, but now that you bring that up, there was that sigh before
I felt like he was like,
question.
okay, all right, here's the deal. Now that everybody's
But then he gave so much detail, which I thought I loved hearing. At the same time, if you're dealing with what is clearly a confidence issue, because that's what he specified, and is such a mental thing, that now that's out there. I don't know. It just that part was alarming to me that he couldn't kick when the team was gathered around, and then he. Of course, can you imagine what the team was thinking when they sent him out there for the extra point, and then he doinks it.
Because on Saturday night, I thought, well, they're going to give this kid a chance, and this will be great for him. It's not the ultimate pressure. It's the perfect situation. And it turns out they didn't want to put Oliver in a bad spot, is why they actually reversed what they had planned on doing.
If you have that little confidence in Robbie Meyer, why is he even out there? I mean, if you don't trust a kicker outside the 20-yard line.
I know, that's struggling outside the 20.
And when he made it, they jumped around like he was some guy out of the crowd. We had no idea you could kick like that.
Well, to be fair, a kick from inside the 20 would be, what, a 37-yard and beyond.
But that's not much of a kick.
No.
I mean, that's nothing. That's extra points go farther than that.
I mean, I think all the teams do these simulated, pressure kick, but I think the fact the coach admitted that he wasn't doing well in that situation is stunning.
But if the other guy is Ollie character,
who is
if he's got a bigger leg.
Can we get Oliver's name?
If he's got a bigger
Oliver
leg.
Robbins.
Okay, thank you.
That's the.
I don't even see him on the roster here on the ESPN roster.
He's not on the ESPN roster.
So who the hell is this character?
I just want to see them kick nothing but field goals against UMass. Just have essentially that's what they do, get to work in.
If he's got the stronger leg and you trust him more on the longer kicks, surely he can make the shorter kicks. If he can make the longer ones, he got to be able to make the shorter ones. Why isn't he the kicker?
Will there be confusion moving forward when there's a long kick? Will it be Bobby Boots moving forward?
Boy, what if he's got like a 41-yarder at War Eagle to,
But didn't you think coming out of Saturday, okay, now we're good moving, at least, well, not now we're good, but at least we know who the guy, like you didn't debate who would be kicking, did you? Other than
I think I said on Monday's show, I doubt it was on television, but where we were sitting at the game, I noticed that it wasn't Bobby Boots kicking into the net in the fourth quarter.
So it must have been Oliver.
I gather so.
Or Ryder Goodwin.
But Oliver, they won't
even Contreras or Pajes or Herrera or Pozo.
And then Connor Wesselman does the drop kicking.
But they won't even put the poor guy on the roster?
Martin's head
This is the ESPN roster. Yeah, so the school roster. I don't know what Oliver Robbins does.
And there's a guy on scholarship to drop kick football.
Well, he's also the punter.
Yeah, and he's on scholarship too.
Connor Wesselman punts. He also does the drop kicks.
All right, we got to wrap it up, but it sounds like we got it all figured out now.
I couldn't be more confused.
So when there's a big kick moving forward, who's kicking it?
Go for it.
There it is. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Tomorrow on 101 ESPN, you get some Thursday Night Football action. Cardinals Seahawks pregame at 6:30, kickoff at 7:15. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, and that's fitting because look who's in studio sitting right next to you. Do you see him?
Sitting over there, yes. Hello, Terry.
Terry Crouppen.
How are you guys?
Oh,
What's going on?
You know, nothing much. Just, the ups and downs of life.
Mm-hmm. You've got festive, it's dreary out in St. Louis for the first time really in a while. But
how many days do you think we get? When I calculated, I think we get 200 days of gray here.
Of gray?
Is that what you think it is?
I'm sure it's not, but it seems like it. And these are the kind of days where if I had bought a gun, I'd be dead a long time ago.
Oh, no.
Want to shoot yourself on these kind of days.
Oh, it's that bad?
I was going to say you're wearing a cheery hat and a cheery shirt with Goldie on there, but
it's just.
But you can take it whatever direction you want. You're the presenting sponsor.
It's all fake. I'm looking at this with you.
Wonderful.
You know, you have sort of a washed out appearance.
Yeah.
And I'm looking right next to you. I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
You can't be
blend
happy.
right in with the green.
You can't be happy on a day like this.
I don't like it. What I would say, I thought for the last month we've had, for the most part, incredible weather.
Beautiful
for
weather.
August and early September, it was great. But from about, I don't know, second half of October through April in St. Louis, there are probably about 80% gray days.
Yes. And I
don't. So do you have that? What do they call it? Seasonal? I always anxiety or
affected.
Affected. Yeah.
Sad.
I got it. But that's one of the things. Once you spend winter in Florida, you realize that you have it. It's like don't do the drugs if you can't handle the drugs.
Exactly. It's the color palette.
I like that.
Florida,
and you wake up,
beautiful,
and it's bright, sunny skies with blue skies,
and there's
you're
a
in
lot
good
of
headspace.
Blues and greens, and yellows
I like
and
where you're coming
reds.
from. Yeah,
I mean, it's just it makes you happy.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I'm
it
on
really
board.
is. Of
So
course,
the siren song of Florida is calling your name.
Yeah, but I find I'm a little immature for people my age.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, when I sit around with guys my age, I'm not always as engaged as I should.
Really? So you like hanging out with people a little younger? Is that
Not really.
Okay.
It's just people in general.
Yeah, they're people. They want stuff. You know?
What you have to fight when you get old like us is always talking about your health problems. Because that's what people want to talk about. I was saying, you got it bad. Listen what happened to me.
There's a restaurant here. I don't know if you're familiar. Lester's in Ladue.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Give me some corned beef and skinny fries.
And I meet with a number of different groups of people for lunch there. And when you walk in, first of all, it's a very popular spot for older men to have lunch. So it's impossible to find your table because every table looks identical. They're
Gray
just
hair and
old
balding.
guys, with bent over, with your face. I'm telling you, this is not, I don't want to say that I'm unhappy being alive because that would be wrong. I'm very happy. And I always worry that I'm going to be complaining one time when the Lord is looking in on me to see how Terry is doing. And I don't want him to see me complaining and think, oh my goodness, he's so unhappy. I can fix that.
Take him now.
Yeah. No, I'm thrilled. I really don't like to complain, but I just do it for entertainment.
Now, you walked in here and you said you had something that you wanted to discuss.
I do.
And it was involving, you were saying, the audience on this show tends to be younger men, so I'm curious what this involves.
And I've heard a lot of sports talk.
Okay.
But I feel there's not nearly enough UFO talk.
Oh, yeah.
Do you guys talk about UFOs?
I am enamored by UFOs, so I'm fully engaged.
Have you read about this guy in Panama who found what he says is a meteor, and he picked it up and he put it in soil, and now it's growing some sort of multi-tentacled organism.
Yes, the tentacle.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I thought I'd seen it on TikTok, and that's where it's gained a lot of popularity. Yes, the initial claim, for the record, for those not familiar with it, claimed to have found a silver potato-shaped meteorite in his backyard in Panama after a fire, and then the alleged transformation was over several days. The meteorite was shown developing slimy tentacle-like growths that appeared to move, which many viewers likened to the Marvel character Venom. So that's what you're talking about.
It's like a tree or an animal?
It's small. It's like an animal. And the reason I mention it is because my son, he gets involved in TikTok. He's got a bunch of followers. Sam Crouppen, he does a lot of things. He's been very interested in the Sean Combs trial.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you were talking about that.
Reporting on it. And now he got the only interview that this guy has ever given, the guy in Panama.
Oh, no way,
Yeah,
really?
yeah, and it's apparently on YouTube. If you see Sam Crouppen YouTube, you can see it, where the guy talks about this creature that he's growing in his petri dish at home in Panama. So I just thought this was something that we needed to discuss.
Well,
you better believe it.
Should we be afraid?
I am. But let me say, when you get to be my age, you're afraid of everything.
Sure, anything can kill you. Yeah.
I'm reading that some experts are thinking it's a silicon-based polymer, widely used in special effects combined with
where's
the
where's the guy in Panama going to get a special polymer
somewhere on the canal? I guess.
I mean, this guy is he's lucky to get a sandwich.
Oh, I'm looking at the video of it. Holy crap!
Yeah, it's really creepy.
Yow.
So I just think enjoy yourselves
because it's all ending.
Later
it's all
than
ending with
you
this
think.
thing.
What a glorious way to go out, right?
No, are you kidding? Be eaten by a slimy creature with tentacles? First of all, I have a particular distaste for tentacles. Have you ever been with somebody who goes to dinner and orders octopus?
That's me.
Yes.
You like that?
Olive and oak charred octopus. Oh, give it to me.
And it looks like an octopus. I mean,
my wife, there are parts of it that don't look like an octopus, and then there are little tentacles. My wife gives me the tentacles.
Oh, you are
I'm tentacle guy.
You're a sick man. I was in Japan once, and I walked past a market, and this guy has, like, on lollipop sticks, little bitty octopus babies.
Oh gosh!
And they're just, the tentacles are all drawn up, but the little head, and he's stuck a thing, and they eat them like lollipops.
Oh gosh, that sounds horrible.
There's certain things in this world that are just wrong.
Yeah, you shouldn't be eating.
You shouldn't be eating
octopus lollipops.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I couldn't eat anything with a tentacle.
No.
There's something primal and frightening about it.
I had a brother-in-law go through Air Force survival training in case he ever got shot down in his plane. They teach you what you can eat, what you can't eat.
Really?
They said if you're in the water, if it doesn't look like a fish, don't eat it. Only eat things that look like a fish.
Oh, that's
Otherwise, they're likely to be poisoned or not good.
Yeah.
You know, they say in the Korean War, when guys were captured by the North Koreans, a lot of men died because they just couldn't eat the food that they were given.
Really?
With insects in it and stuff. Apparently the North Koreans aren't real cooks. And they gave them just these horrible meals to eat, just to keep them alive. That's all they cared about. See this thing I'm looking at?
I do. It's a black slime. Looks like seaweed, black
it does
seaweed
look like
or
venom,
something.
which I'm limited familiar with from my children.
Tom Hardy. Yeah.
Tom Hardy, yes.
Do you remember the Blob?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The movie? Long time ago.
Guys, is that black thing swimming around? Mr. Siders has looked up the video. Yes, it's moving.
Yeah, it moves.
Oh,
it looks like it's in a frisbee.
What do you think, Jackson?
I think it's the polymer.
You think it's the polymer?
Yeah, I believe in aliens.
Strongly. You have little faith.
No, I believe in aliens.
Did you see the I guess the film? It's not film. The video of a radar screen where a Hellfire missile gets fired at a UFO, and you see it coming to the UFO. It hits the UFO, and the Hellfire missile splinters into little pieces, and the unidentified object just keeps moving.
Unbelievable.
So our weapons won't stop them.
No.
That's always been my concern.
I think
The
they're
weapons won't stop
probably
them, like what happened in Independence Day.
I think there's a good chance they're on our side, that they're not here for evil purposes. If they were, we'd all be dead now anyway, right?
Oh, bless you.
Because they wouldn't have.
You'll be that guy that'll run out to the flying saucer and say, with a pie or something.
Oh, yeah, well, you might as well.
Why wouldn't you, Doug?
Welcome to Earth.
Because we got no shot, really. If they wanted us dead, we'd be dead.
Well, I guess that's probably true.
Terry, as you know, we get a lot of texts. Your cohort, Ed Herman, can't stop reading the YouTube chat when he's in studio. That's right. But here's a text. The possibility of other life in the universe is extremely high, given its infinite, unfathomable size. However, there's zero chance we've been visited by, quote, intelligent life. Why? We are irrational, hairless apes who try to blow each other up. They learn nothing from us. Zero ROI season on Earth. That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
Except for the fact we study gorillas.
Right.
We have an interest in sharks that just eat things, And
I've made this comment before when we talk about this. I look at like ants and bees, where they have their own society. They've got a leader. They're very busy doing things. They have no idea what we're up to. Yet we could squash them if we wanted to. We usually don't. We just kind of let them go.
No.
The aliens could look at us the same way. Aren't these interesting little creatures?
Yeah, except the history of more advanced technological cultures meeting less technological cultures has not been a good one.
No, we would be at a great disadvantage for sure. Their technology clearly is far superior to ours.
Tech civilizations generally dominate and frequently exterminate. But what can we do? I'm worried. I'm getting older. I got bigger fish to fry.
Guys, that thing growing is just an STD. I had it when I took a questionable, very promiscuous date to a college formal. Scary at first. I just sprayed WD-40 on it and it was gone in 3 days. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. So he recognizes it, Terry. Nothing to be alarmed about.
Is it possible this is a hoax, this thing in Panama?
Everything could be a hoax.
Because that's kind of frightening looking thing.
Isn't it? It does not look like something that I would like to have
it's
anywhere
moving like
close.
that. Scary.
Yeah.
We are all just pawns in a simulation. That's from Well Endowed, Doug.
Well, that's probably not true.
Good for you. At least you're well endowed in the simulation. I wish I could. Who do I talk to?
Doug can help you
it's
out with
just
that.
a matter of saying, "Hey, you mind?" I'm sure. Why didn't you ask? Why didn't you ask earlier?
Guys, what about the giant asteroid doing a flyby pretty much right now that a Harvard astronomer theorizes is alien technology?
Yes. This is the third. See, I was very big into UFOs when I was a kid because that's when UFOs, in the 50s, that's when UFOs actually started.
Yeah.
And I was always very interested in them. And I think I tend to agree with whoever the guy said that there's life, but they probably couldn't get here.
That's right.
But that is, of course, assuming that the laws of physics turn out to be the way we currently
You're talking
think they
time,
are.
space continuum.
Well, the ability to travel faster than light, perhaps, is right now viewed to be as impossible, and that's the basis for all of these claims that while there's aliens out there, they could never reach us because we're so far away.
Right.
If somebody has figured out something, then they could be here. My goodness.
Or if you see a UFO, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a life form inside of it. We send rockets up to space all the time. There's nobody in there.
No.
Could be the same thing
that
here.
We know.
Doug?
Well, when we send
that we know.
When we send the spaceship to Saturn to take pictures, there's not a guy in there taking the pictures.
That we know.
See, Doug?
My Uncle Ben disappeared during a mission to Saturn. See, I'm Jewish. And this
Happy New Year, by the way.
is our Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And I think it's year 5,785 or 6.
Lunar
Can you
calendar.
imagine what we have accomplished and have hidden from everybody else? You're living in 2025.
That's right.
I'm living in 5,000. what, 700?
So it's around there.
I mean,
3,000 years ahead of us.
It's a lunar calendar. It always confuses me.
Yeah, don't you think? What have we been doing all that time? We've been developing things.
Well, humans did nothing for thousands of years. It's been the last 200. We're really on a roll.
Yeah, we've been doing it for 5,000 years. Yeah, that's one of our things. That's a potato.
Terry Crouppen with us. Check out, is it Sam Crouppen? He has a YouTube page?
Yeah, whatever it is on TikTok or something.
Yeah.
He's a fine young man.
And he's got the interview, the exclusive interview.
The worldwide
That's right, global exclusive with the Panamanian owner of whatever that thing.
The man who owns an alien life form.
Terry, always enjoy talking it over with you. Thank you so much for coming in, ladies and gentlemen. The great Terry Crouppen.
It's been my pleasure.
Thank you, Terry. We'll take a break. Come back with more Team Man, presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is Jackson celebrating his win against Harrison's brother Master.
Yep. Oh, that's how Rough Riders roll. Stop, drop, shut them down, open up shop.
Nice.
Whoa, Whoa.
How about that, Doug? Hard not to be fired up for UMass after you hear that.
Very sophisticated music. Worked a long time on
now
that
he's
one. I'm
barking
sure.
at you.
Oh, it's X.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Men, have you or your family seen a change in you? Not quite yourself anymore, struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love? Put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older or work stress or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal, unpaid Uber drivers. Well, Mentality can help you out online at mentalityhealth.com. I have been to Mentality firsthand, got tested, and can tell you you're in and out within 20 minutes, and they will focus on not only your testosterone levels, but your free testosterone levels, which other places may not check. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling that something's off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot to get tested there today. It's mentalityhealth.com. And check it out. This is the bite from yesterday, Jackson, the John Mozeliak sound that I feel like got the most attention, not just because this was the clip that you and Chairman Kurt sent out in the 101 ESPN account, but because of this perhaps being maybe the signature for the last few years of frustration, Randy Arozarena getting traded and then doing what he has done versus what the Cardinals have gotten from their outfield production and from Matthew Liberatore. Here is John Mozeliak with us yesterday.
And some others have asked about Randy Arozarena. Why give up on him at the time? We're playing the hits. This is an exit interview.
If he couldn't have gotten a wireless signal in the Atlanta clubhouse, Randy Arozarena is still in St. Louis. Here's my master's thesis. Your thesis.
Yeah, possibly. That was tough. But really, if you think back to it, we did have a plethora of outfielders at the time. And we were just trying to determine which one we could move to ultimately get a pitcher, young starting pitcher or controlled pitcher. And this is where I'll get killed. But at the time, it was a Arozarena or O'Neill. And apparently we chose wrong.
How about that? Yeah. People enjoyed him saying, yeah, we chose wrong.
O'Neill did have a big season or two there.
21 was the one that was the big season, but it was more of an outlier, in part because of health, but also just overall performance. When he said plethora of outfielders, I was like, I feel like they've been talking about the term that we would hear often was logjam. And I'd be like, just because there are a lot of guys who play outfield, that doesn't, to me, that's not necessarily a logjam. A logjam would be like, man, we have 4 incredible outfielders and we can't get them into the lineup. But the Cardinals had a lot of guys who played in the outfield, and that really dates back to the last time the team had a hell of a regular season. I shouldn't say that. Not 2022 had a hell of a regular season. But the 100-win season in 2015. And if I'm not mistaken, the outfield was Pham, Piscotty, and Grichuk in 2015. I think, in that Cubs series.
Yeah, yes.
So I went back to the 2019 Game 5 where Arozarena would hold up his phone during an Instagram live stream and catch Mike Schilt MFing the Braves and their soon-to-be opponent in the NLCS, the Nationals, which, as you heard me say, is my master's thesis as to the reason why he was traded. And I feel even more confident about that after hearing John Mozeliak's response. Doug, can you remember who the starting outfield was for the St. Louis Baseball Cardinals in Game 5 against the Atlanta Braves, where they won 13-1 to advance to the NLCS, where they would score -4 runs against the Nationals?
And this was what year?
2019.
2019.
Because you said we had a plethora of outfielders at the time.
Right. Was O'Neill one of those?
No.
20...
Oh, I like the time kill music.
I'm confused at the
Always
year.
works.
Did you say 20?
Yeah, 2019.
2019. Why am I not remember any of these guys?
This guy was established.
Fowler.
Yes.
Okay.
He hit .091 in that inning.
Okay. I'm going to need
scoring
initials, I guess. My
This
memory's so bad.
guy climbed a wall for a memorable.
Ozuna.
That's correct.
Was it Gold Glover in Miami somehow.
Now he did rake in that NLCS. He had a big big performance, in particular in the critical Game 4 that sent
It
it
wasn't
back to
Bader, was it?
he replaced Matt Carpenter as pinch hit, and then came in and played center field to replace Fowler, who went over to right field and replaced this man when he went to third base. Okay, you following that? So the starting right fielder for that day.
Right.
I'm going to give you
Piscotty?
3 guesses. No. Got 2 guesses left.
And he went
no hints. Don't give him any hints.
He went from
Don't give initials.
Okay. He went from right field to third base.
That's right.
Mike Shannon?
Number 18.
He did that.
Yeah.
I'm going to need initials.
So you're withdrawing from the field. T.E.
Thomas Edison?
No, it's T&E, Missouri.
Tommy Edman?
Yes.
Okay, that was easy.
Now,
did he play every possible position for the Cardinals at some point?
Basically, minus
pitcher
behind the plate. Yeah. Then you also had Harrison Bader, as I made reference to, appearing in the game. And then Randy Arozarena did appear in that game. But when you're thinking of a plethora of outfielders, and then I list the outfielders, it doesn't really strike me as being a plethora. But in the moment, I was thinking, okay, 29, because there have been so many times where the Cardinals have said they have a bunch of outfielders. I think they would probably say we have a bunch of outfielders now. But Doug, you just said, let's just roll the ball out there in Jupiter and have a tryout. I mean, because Fowler was under contract.
Yeah, they must have thought they were going to keep both those guys.
They had Jose Martinez too, right?
Jose Martinez was in. I remember him having a hit against the Nationals in Game 2. Was that Scherzer versus Wainwright in an afternoon game with the Shadows?
Who's the guy who
certainly hit? He
shut
could
their
hit.
asses out in Game 1.
Jose Martinez is like the only guy I remember in the major leagues being put to first base and couldn't handle first base. I've seen a lot of guys transition, and they're all okay at first base. He's the only one that you said, we can't do this.
Yeah, that was a liability.
Yeah.
The rare liability over there. Because Contreras wound up playing pretty good defense.
Yeah.
Defensively.
Most major league players can handle first base. He was one of the exceptions that could not.
The mistake wasn't Arozarena going instead of O'Neill. It was keeping Schilt around instead. Schilt already was the problem. How about that? That's a rare take, Sharon Clayton. Usually it's, and I'm telling you, that was, in my opinion, the most, and I don't hear every interview he does, of course, but the most I've heard John Mozeliak talk about that situation yesterday, the Schilt situation, because I feel like, there's so many different things you could ask him about as far as moves and what his insight is. But to me, the two that have created the most frustration over the last 5 years would be Arozarena and Schilt. And so, we asked about those, and also, not that this one creates frustration because it was tragic, but the passing of Oscar Taveras and how he said that actually set a bunch of events in motion, including the Ozuna trade, and he had these big eyes like, unfortunate. Of course, the passing of Taveras, unfortunate, but the Ozuna trade, not just because of Ozuna, because Ozuna was decent here, he wound up being better in Atlanta, but because of who they gave up to get him. The truth is, and I don't know if I guess he was kind of saying anything yesterday. I had always been told that they actually, if they were ranking those Marlins outfielders, Doug, do you remember the 3 Marlins outfielders at that time, and they were just going to ship them all out?
Yelich, and Stanton.
That's correct. The one they wanted the most was the one that they never were able to have, and that was Yelich. Mm-hmm. They agreed on Stanton, and he said right at the end, we asked him about that, he said right at the end, Stanton said, I don't want to do it. But they had been told that he did want to come here. Then they obviously got Ozuna, but the one that they really wanted over all of those or over those two, I should say, was Yelich. And I realize Yelich has dealt with injuries. It's a constant with him, but of course he did have time in Milwaukee where he would rake, So they did identify the right guy. They were told he was not going to be available. And then 2 months after they got Ozuna, sure enough, he goes to the Brewers.
Yeah, and Yelich is still a quality player. This year he's got 29 homers, 102 RBIs. Yeah, he'd still be doing it.
Guys, that win streak in 2019 saved Schilt's job. Getting to the NLCS hid the Cardinals' faults. That's from the 910. I think the winning streak you're thinking of was 2021.
Right, and you'd be fired soon after.
Right.
And how many faults do you have when you're winning 17 in a row?
But I would agree with the overall premise that the 910 sends in, which is that team was not, of all of the teams from 2000 to present day that went to the NLCS, and you're talking about a whole hell of a lot. Let me Mike Francesa you. 2000, 2002, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2019. And we're not including some years where they didn't get to the NLCS, but they played in the NLDS. That one, from my standpoint, is without question the weakest one. I mean, it's not even a question, the 2019 Cardinals. So that's kind of why I think if you're really going into the weeds on it, it's like, yeah, you can talk about 2019, but that was kind of a, rando team that was there, and you look back on it and go, yeah, I'm surprised that team was 4 wins away from a World Series.
That was a classic case of, if we can just get hot, we can win this baby.
Yeah. 2011 being the all-time example, but yes, 2019 they did get hot because the Braves were a big favorite going into that thing. But yeah, going back to the original point, the Arozarena answer, it's like, oh really? Who are the plethora of outfielders? I'm like, I can remember Ozuna, I forgot Fowler, but then who else? Was it?
Martinez got traded with Arozarena to Tampa, same trade.
Correct.
Dylan Carlson around the following year.
Carlson,
Lane
I
Thomas.
recall Carlson and talking to him at spring training before COVID started up, but sitting down with him in 2020, and he was certainly the prized guy. That was another thing I wanted to ask Mozeliak. We just ran out of time, even though we had 80 minutes with him. Like, there have been a number of players that the organization identified as kind of the next guy, and they haven't come close to achieving that. Right. And that kind of goes back to even right around when he got on board with the organization. Doug, do you remember the name Manny Ibar?
Sure.
He, of course, a pitcher, but, he made reference to Tavares' struggles before his untimely passing. But the ones I was thinking of that would be more recent would be Carlson and now Jordan Walker. And I'm talking about real hype there. To say it about Carlson sounds ridiculous now, but it was only 5 years ago where he was viewed as the next guy.
And he was the #1 draft pick, and I think he was organizational player of the year, and he had it all coming up.
You're welcome to give your thoughts, 314-399-9646. That's how you can get involved on the program. Doug, do you know anything about the Collier and Thompson phone lines? The sponsor is Collier and Thompson.
Sure. And we're happy to have them sponsor the phone lines and sponsor this show for a couple of years now. Great place, fantastic place. It's where you go when you want your house done, fixed up and done right. You hear people sometimes say, well, we're going to move, so now we got to fix up the house so we can sell it and everything. Don't wait until you move. Do it now so you can enjoy it yourself. It's still going to look great when it's time to sell if you want to sell. But you may say, hey, Collier and Thompson did such a great job. We're not going anywhere. Hear that all the time. They do fantastic work. If you're redoing your kitchen or a master bathroom, going to finish the basement, going to take out a wall on the lower level, they do it all at Collier and Thompson. They got all their people right there in house. All the carpenters and subcontractors all work right there with Collier and Thompson and been there for years. Their employees have more than 165 years of combined experience. The business has been around since the 1950s, so you know that they've been doing something right, and they will do it right by you. This is a company you can trust. Kind of hard to know who you can trust to be in your home these days, who's going to be there to back up the work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job they do. During the process, they are always available for you. If you need to make some changes, not a problem. They'll get that done. Also have a great paint department, by the way. You think it's a big pain to paint your house? You think, well, I ought to do this. I can do it myself. Let the pros do it. You'll be amazed at how great Collier and Thompson can make your house look. They got a showroom with more than 10,000 square feet. They're on Manchester and Baldwin, more than 20 kitchen displays. You get some great ideas what you can do to make your house look fantastic. That's Collier and Thompson on Manchester in Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's a historic St. Louis company founded in downtown in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues, also the Stifel Charity Classic, and they sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered as one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is, where success meets success. So it's no wonder why they've decided to partner with a winning program like this one right here. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up. And we look forward to reading what the people have to write. Riot's Dad is really having a nice month so far. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. BK and Ferrario live from Centene coming up at 11 o'clock. Then the Fast Lane from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Scott Rizzuto and Anthony Stalter and I, Riz of the Riz Show, and Anthony Stalter, the Fast Lane. Doug, we're going into the lab at 11 o'clock for the FanDuel Spread Zone. I don't know how Riz is going to handle going 0-7 next week, or last week, how he's going to handle it this week. That's tough. I went at 3-4, but this Anthony Stalter, I think it's time that people start paying respect. Now, don't get me wrong. Our show is at war with the Fast Lane. Hashtag Radio Wars. But I got to doff my cap. I mean, the man, Doug, 23-11 against the spread so far this year. This is documented. I got it in the spreadsheet. 23-11. That's 68% against the number.
It's crazy.
68%.
He's probably making some money.
I'm telling you. Yeah. I'm 55% against the number.
That covers the juice.
That's usually, hey, look at me. Look at me.
Right.
But I got Stalter. It's 68% against the spread. Guy's killing it. Went 5-2 this past weekend. He's on a heater. So FanDuel Spread Zone will be coming up on the TMA podcast feed, the 101 ESPN YouTube channel, and on 105.7 The Points as well, with the Riz Show and the Fast Lane. And me, we'll be getting that thing going here in about 15 minutes. 100 West Dental built brand new offices with the most modern technology and the patient experience at the front of mind. They're on Manchester in Baldwin. No dental insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. And they have a huge offer going on that if you mention my name, they will give you $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. If you're not sure you want to go through with Invisalign, great news. They have a digital scanner at 100 West Dental that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. That's 100westdental.com. They know you're not looking forward to going to the dentist, but it's an important thing. Poor dental health can impact the rest of your health. Don't let that happen. 100westdental.com. They are on Manchester. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor on Manchester in Ball. We'll take a break, come back with Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today next year on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct online at Universal Windows Direct or by calling 314-334-2522. Buy 2 windows from Universal Windows Direct and you get 2 free. And then you're going to pay no interest over 3 whole years. With September being here and kids back in school, vacations winding down, this is the time to focus on the house and talk with Universal Windows Direct. You buy 2 windows, you get 2 free. Plus, get $500 off your entire home improvement project, all with 0% financing for 3 years. Don't wait. Lock in your comfort now. Call them at 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to book your free estimate today. Their super spacer technology is energy efficient and built to keep your weather inside and not allow the bad weather into the home. It's Universal Windows Direct, online at universalwindowsdirect.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals Giants this evening, 8:45 p.m. with Sonny Gray on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to the Morning After, 101 ESPN. BK and Ferrario starting up here in about 5 minutes. They are at Centene, and Chairman Kurt, what did you see here on... Who reported this?
I don't remember the name. Somebody on Twitter, legit, not just some random, but they've said that
Matt DeFranks,
Jimmy Snipes,
the St. Louis Post-Dispatch beat writer,
took a crash into the boards behind the net, needed helped off.
So the boys are at Centene, so they will have an update here in a matter of moments on what took place there. That's Matthew DeFranks on Twitter, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch Blues beat writer. BK and Ferrario live from the Centene Center. We'll see what they have to say about it. Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Looking like an alien. I know what that's all about. I remember my Uncle Stanley didn't invite me to his wedding. He didn't want his new wife to meet me. He was afraid she would take one look at my giant oblong head and not want to have kids because of that and my giant facial bowl with that wiry hair looking like a tentacle. I think that's from Midge.
Midge.
Morning, guys. You ever read my emails, but all of you gents look incredibly dapper today? Or you never read my emails, but all of you gents look incredibly dapper today. Applebee's for happy hour later. Popcorn shrimp on me. Have an above average day. That's from Big Paz.
Big Paz. He's new.
Good morning, Douglas. I haven't heard from you since we horsed around in the steam room at the Kirkwood Y. Please get back to me at your earliest convenience. Warmly, that's from Tanner Skidmarks.
Tanner Skidmarks.
The Cardinals are coming, tra-la, tra-la. Well, not really, considering their chance of making MLB's watered-down postseason rests firmly at 0.1%. But if they can just get hot, they can finish 82-80, so their tone-deaf owner can insult the intelligence of the fan base by waxing the Org's car for having a winning season. I know a lot about gaslighting the fan base about the track record of the Org over the last decade, and it's great. How's John Mozeliak? We going to bring that back? How about that whole deal? Now, let me say that Mo is a genuinely good man, and I wish him all the best in the next chapter of his life. That said, everyone from Big Bill on down seems to be a little too comfortable with the Org's descent into mediocrity over the last decade, and you can trace the decline back to the Matheny hire. Go back and watch Mo's response yesterday when asked whether Terry Francona was seriously considered for the manager position. I can hear TLR commenting, "Buh, I'd like to play poker against you." Inexperienced managers, postseason meltdowns, unmovable bad contracts, dumping prospects while their value is low, only for them to flourish elsewhere, signing a free agent catcher, then converting him to DH 1 month into a 5-year deal. We're sitting here again talking about the same things. That's okay. Who needs October baseball when you have SEC football? Win or lose, we will rally around Gabe's postgame show, and we will give me your effing feet. It's from Buck Swope, DBA. The recessed lady's breast, and that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Doug, what you got?
I'm voting for Bucky Swope.
Tanner Skidmarks.
Buck Swope.
Buck Swope is one. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. BK and Ferrario coming your way next. Bye.